We begin our meeting. I would remind you to please turn off or silence your cell phone and to refrain from engaging in any activity that might interfere from the orderly conduct of the meeting. Speakers are expected to refrain from remarks or activity that would violate our rules of order and decorum. The chair will have the authority to conduct the meeting in accordance with council's rules and procedures, Robert's Rules of Order, and state statutes. Members of the public may attend this meeting live and in person. City Council encourages those not fully vaccinated to wear face coverings that cover their nose and mouth. The meeting can also be watched via live stream at cityofpensacola.com/video. To provide input, we've got a couple opportunities this evening. First is at www.cityofpensacola.com/cc input. That window opened at 3 p.m. this afternoon, and that is for the first Leroy Boyd Forum. No online forums are accepted after 5:30 p.m. And please include a phone number. For items that are on the agenda, forms are accepted until that agenda item has been voted upon. Please be sure to include a phone number. Staff will call the person at the appropriate time so that the citizen can directly address the council using a telephone held up to a microphone. If you're attending in person, you can retrieve a blue card here in the back at the table there to indicate which item you'd like to speak to on the agenda. Also, please note there's about a delay of about 1 minute between what's happening live in chambers and what is seen via the live stream. So at this time, we'll stand for a moment of silence, or I invite you to stand for a moment of silence and Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councilwoman Jennifer Breyer. Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, excellent. So we have reached the first Leroy Boyd Forum. Again, just for clarification, this is for any item, any topic that is not on the agenda this evening that you'd like to speak with us about. So our first speaker is Dr. Gloria Horning.
Gloria Horning, 310 South DeVillers, 1 block that way. I don't know if it's been brought up before, but those little traffic calming things on South DeVillers, you can't see them. You can't see them in the day. You can't see them at night. And it's just the ones on South DeVillers, south of Garden, of course. And just the other day, one of those trikes hit one, and it broke the trike handles right off. And I happily say it was a young person, and he caught himself. But we need to mark them or something, because you truly can't see them. And then, of course, we got to talk about raising my house. I'm very disappointed in staff directly telling me a falsehood that they applied for a FEMA grant on my behalf, but they did not. They said it was because my home hadn't had several floodings, which is also a lie. There's no way this person could have applied because they didn't have all the information that you have to have for that FEMA grant. It starts at the state, then goes to federal. And one of those, 2 of those, is the statement from the National Floodplain on how many times my house is flooded. And the other is the declaration of my flood insurance. They had none. I find it very disheartening that not once, not twice, but 3 and 4 and 5 times I have been told this falsehood. I have come to here to mention it. I have been at agenda meetings and mentioned it. And yet, no apology. So I guess staff and those who are controlling staff can just lie to citizens. And that doesn't make me feel very well about this governing body. Thank you.
I can't speak to you on the first item there, the swales there in the road. Ms. Myers actually inquired on those at our meeting this week, and they were intended for trees, which would have helped make them more obvious. There was a bunch of concrete underneath, so it wasn't a hospitable environment for trees. Obviously, roots aren't going to penetrate through the concrete, so the trees ended up not being planted, but they are looking to, at Ms. Myers' request, to get those painted or some other way to make a greater contrast. Did you want to say something, Mr. Williams?
Yeah. Brad, you mind giving an update on Dr. Horney's house?
Council President, Councilman Wiggins, this past Friday, Dr. Horney's property was indeed input into the grant portal for elevation of her home. Hers was the only one in the city of Pensacola, but she was applied for.
Okay. So you was applied for, Dr. Horney?
It hasn't been applied for yet. They had to have final documents today. It has not gone to Tallahassee yet.
Okay.
I'm talking to Tallahassee directly because I can't trust this administration.
Well, I'll follow up with you first thing in the morning.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Our next speaker is Darren Flanders. Please say your name and
Darren-
address for the record.
Hey,
Yeah, please.
Darren Flanders, House 226 North Spring. I'm here really talking about the homeless situation in my residence. And I'm pleading with you guys. I know that you're working on things, but we've had such a bad experience with the homeless because of things that my perception is that you guys are allowing to happen. I don't think any of you would like for your granddaughter to walk out of your back porch while they're helping clean and ask their grandmother, what is that? Human feces with a person's sock in my backyard. We're tired of the homeless being allowed to get away with breaking the law all the time. I talk to the police all the time, and their excuse is city council, they won't let us do anything. I get city council members, the mayor, it's back and forth. And we need accountability, and we need you guys to take responsibility for this like it's your house that's being defecated in, or urinated on, or cussed at. I was in the library the other day, and minding my own business, working, trying to talk to people that are coming to feed the homeless that bring 20 or 30 people to the library. They feed them, which I have no problem with. We need to help some people. They feed them and they leave. They don't help clean up the mess. They don't provide any sanitary anything for them. They're not sanitary themselves. They leave. The library is allowing them to sleep behind the library. They're urinating. It's so disgusting that they can't even bring a kid's toy thing that they have there for them to play. It's ridiculous. But the people, the taxpayers of this city are the bad people for wanting anyone to do something about this, and nothing gets done. I keep hearing next week, next week, next week, but these people continue to break the law and nothing happens to them. And I'm pleading with you guys, talk to the police and let them enforce the laws. Open containers. They're all drunk around my house. There's no bathroom there, so they pee and defecate all over, and nothing happens. I'm so frustrated. There's people that won't move to Pensacola now because of this issue, and you guys represent us, and I'm begging you, represent your constituents, the taxpayers who pay for our city, who love this city. People are moving here. I talked to two people, and I got 10 seconds. They came from Atlanta. The reason they're here is because they said, we get North Pensacola City Council, They know where to come, and you're allowing it, and I really plead with you guys to keep working on it.
Thank you. Next meeting on that will be December 1st, by the way. Thank you. Yes. All right. And our final speaker for the First Leroy Boyd Forum is going to be Christian Wagley.
Good evening, council members. Mayor Robinson, Christian Wagley, 801 East Leroy Street, speaking tonight on behalf of Healthy Gulf. Back in September, our organization released a report on the one-year anniversary of Hurricane Sally, looking at damages from the storm and opportunities to do better. And we looked at Escambia County, Santa Rosa County, and the city of Pensacola. Since that time, we've narrowed that 12-page report down into one page front and back anyway, summaries for each of those jurisdictions. So you should have one this evening, and I'll send an electronic one to you as well. So I just wanted to mention a few things from that report. Our key finding in the city of Pensacola was that 67% of the damage reports from the storm occurred in neighborhoods and areas of high social vulnerability, and that was tremendous. That was a disproportionate impact. To give you some perspective, those social vulnerability indexes come from the Centers for Disease Control, CDC. In Escambia County, that number was only 19%, and in Santa Rosa County, it was only 11%. So this is something we'd recommend the city staff look more closely at. It may be the condition of the housing stock in those neighborhoods would be one suspicion of that, but it bears further research for confirmation. Among recommendations, I probably only one that I've got time to talk about tonight, and that is that one of our recommendations is the city create a stormwater problem areas map, and that's inspired by what we found over in Santa Rosa County, where for many decades, from citizen reports of flooding and county staff observations of flooding, the county has put together a map that shows where these flooding hotspots are around the county, and any citizen can go online and they can see those. The reason that's important is that we know nationwide and locally that FEMA flood maps do not fully show all the areas that flood. They're not very good, especially at rainfall-induced floods that are not adjacent to a body of water or a tidal area. And there's examples from that here in the city of Pensacola where it works and where it doesn't work. The Tan Yards neighborhood has been in a FEMA flood zone for many decades, and so people who move into that neighborhood have been protected for many, many years because a condition of purchasing a home in that neighborhood in order to get a mortgage is you have to have flood insurance. So even if you didn't research whether it flooded, even if you didn't look at FEMA flood maps or do your full due diligence, before you can buy that house, before you can get a mortgage, you're triggered to buy flood insurance, which also means then you do have flood insurance if a flood comes. So that works in the Tan Yard neighborhood. Where it doesn't work is in the Long Hollow neighborhood along Guillemard and Tarragona streets. I can think of homes flooding in that neighborhood 4 times at least over the last 22 years. There is no, that area does not show up in a FEMA flood zone. There is no notification of any residents moving into that area. And there are homes being built there right now, and there's no notification given to those folks that they may flood. So that's a recommendation, a way to learn from one of our neighbor jurisdictions, something that they're doing well. I think if the city had a stormwater problems area map where anybody could pull that up and see that, it would just help people be better informed because the FEMA system doesn't fully work and protect everybody. There are a number of other recommendations in there as well, and again, I'll send you an electronic copy so that you have one as well. And thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you, Christian. All right, so that will conclude the first Leroy Boyd Forum. Thank you all for participating. Next, we have some awards this evening to give. The first one here I'm especially excited to see. So Mayor Robinson, I know you have a proclamation for Rooks Marina, and I believe
Yes.
the Rooks family is here.
If y'all would tell a few of the families to come forward, come on up here. If you've lived on the east side of town, or probably anywhere going on the east side of town, the Marina Oyster Barn has been there forever. Right there, the Brooks Family Restaurant. I was just talking to Dale earlier about remembering when you used to could go in and they only had about 4 tables in the bar, and you used to have to wait forever. If you had a large family event, there was 1 table, which is where the register was toward the recent part, and you had to wait forever to get to that table. So I do remember that as a child. Whereas in 1969, so apparently they did get it correct, Tom and Jan Brooks, along with Coot and Diane Johnson, converted Johnson Rooks Marina into Marina Oyster Barn. Whereas after Tom passed, Jane became the owner of Rooks Marina Oyster Barn and became the heart and soul of the restaurant. whereas Jane was known as Miss Jane or Hurricane Jane. She worked at Marina Oyster Barn for lunch and dinner shifts until she passed away at the age of 85. And whereas the Marina Oyster Barn was incorporated in August of 1972, and whereas Dale Rooks, Tom and Jane Rooks' child, worked and helped at the restaurant from a young age. He eventually took over running the restaurant that was a part of his life and the Pensacola community that he grew up in. And whereas all members of the Rooks family have worked and helped over the years in the restaurant, they always made Pensacola family and tourists feel like they were family too. And whereas the Marina Oyster Barn is the epitome of Southern hospitality, and whereas the Marina Oyster Barn started as simply a marina that sold fish, tackle, and bait, the oysters were shucked by hand, which is a labor of love since it's such a hard job. And whereas the hidden treasure survived many storms and hurricanes, such as Hurricane Ivan, but the Rooks family kept it despite the restaurant being closed for 3.5 months. And whereas topless oysters became the known phrase for the restaurant, since that's what they served, they even had T-shirts and koozies with their names printed on them. We wonder where the sign said topless oysters has gotten to. Some college kids taking it. Somebody must have communicated that. And whereas COVID-19 was a huge test to the restaurant, navigating through how to keep everyone safe, but thanks to go orders, the restaurant was thriving, and the love for their mullet was the community favorite. And whereas the Marina Oyster Barn decided to close permanently in September of 2020 after Hurricane Sally did so much damage, it is remembered as one of the oldest and most charming restaurants in East Pensacola history. Now, therefore, I, Grover Robinson, Mayor of the City of Pensacola, do hereby recognize the Marina Oyster Barn, the Rooks family, and encourage all Pensacola residents to remember that it is a family thing, and you are a part of our family, as being the true sense of who the Rooks family are, and our great city welcomes all of them into our open arms. In witness whereof, I'm here to set my hand and cause the seal of the city of Pensacola to be affixed this 18th day of November 2021. Hail.
The background is fine.
All right. Tracy works, make sure we can
All right,
get
one, two, three. Then we don't get the screen in the background.
Thank you very much. No, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, there was no mention of Mr. Dale out there on Bayou Boulevard with his hairdryer slowing cars down. They thought he was a makeshift police officer. You won't read about that traffic mitigation technique in any urban manual, but I assure you it worked. All right. I believe do we have anyone here, the epilepsy awareness group? It was on the agenda, we weren't sure if it got finalized, so going once, going twice. All right, we're keeping on down the road. We'll get that group next meeting. So first order of business this evening is going to be the approval of the minutes. That's item 21-01037, approval of minutes, regular meeting dated October 28, 2021, and special meeting dated November 10th, 2021. We'll need a motion and a second. We got them. Any corrections, anything we need to change there, or everything sniff out to everyone? All right, please vote. All right, motion passes 7-0. Minutes approved. We do have, now we're to the approval of agenda. I know we have some add-ons here. Please bear with me while I get this.
Council President, I think the mayor wants to pull an item off of consent, to pull the item completely.
I think we're going to pull the Garden Clubs Federation off of this tonight altogether. They are not here. We checked, both Dina checked with their two representatives, and one was ill and one was doing something else, couldn't be here. So they've asked that we wait for that till the next meeting.
Okay, very good. Well, and the 30-item agenda.
We also have an add-on. Charlie, I think you hit that.
Yes, Mr. President, council members, we have an add-on with regard to the ratification and estoppel of a document that would allow Siemens Financial comfort that the ground lease between the city and Sandspur Development is still in effect. and that way they can go forward with a loan to a new entity that's being formed.
Okay.
And they're actually the ones leasing from Sandspur, so it's our subtenant, not even our.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so we'll need a motion and a second to add item 21-01039.
I think the other part is the reason this is being asked for is there's a major closing on this, but it will happen before we meet again. And so this
Okay.
was the only chance we had to hear that.
All right, do we have our motion and a second for this item?
Have a second,
All right, we'll go old school. Would someone make a verbal motion? All right, we got Councilwoman Hill with the motion. Do I hear? All right, Councilwoman Myers with the second.
We got, Larry got there first.
Snuck in there, that's what
Snuck
I'm
in.
talking about. Tortoise in the hair, snuck right across the line. So, any comments, anyone have anything they want to add there? All right, so please vote to add this item on. All right, motion passes 7-0. This item will be added on. I did have, I don't know if this follows Robert's Rules and Order, but if you're here to speak to the Roger Scott item, if you just raise your hand, my sense is that's kind of what everyone's here for. And as much as we like to keep a captive audience, it's, it seems benevolent to maybe move the item where the most attendance is at to the front to allow you to get out and spend some dollars in the downtown and generate some LOST. So I would ask council if you would mind if we moved, let's see, item 16, 21-00924, the interlocal with Escambia County, and item 17, supplemental budget resolution number 2021-94 to the top of the action item agenda. Does that work with everybody? Do we need a formal motion second on that, Madam Clerk, or can we?
If it's a consensus of council.
I got a lot of
Just-
positive head
Okay,
nods.
we're good.
Okay. All right, so we'll move those to the top. And I believe those are the only changes. Is that no other add-ons, correct, Mr. Carrera? All right. Excellent. Well, then we will proceed with the approval of the agenda as we've amended here. So we'll need a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Please vote. All right. Motion passes 7-0. Framework set. Let's get to work on it. We'll start here with the consent agenda. I'll read the items that are on consent this evening. Item 21-00961, port tariff revisions. Item 21-00941, write-off of uncollectible Port of Pensacola accounts receivable. Item 21-00963, write-off of governmental uncollectible accounts receivable. Item 21-00984, award of contract for RFQ number 21-033, design criteria professional and program management services at Pensacola International Airport to Atkins North America Incorporated for Element 2 of Project Titan. Item 21-00996, award of bid number 21-044, Community Maritime Park Hurricane Sally Restoration Project. And finally, item 21-01024, transferring funding in relation to the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, for premium pay. I'll need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. All right, motion passes 7-0. We're moving along well. So we will start with item 16 on the interlocal, item 21-00924, interlocal agreement, Escambia County renovations to Roger Scott Tennis Center. Recommendation here is that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to take all actions necessary to execute the interlocal agreement between Escambia County Board of County Commissioners and the City of Pensacola relating to the funding of the renovation of the Roger Scott Tennis Center. We need a motion and a second. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Mayor, did you want to make comments on this beforehand?
Mr. Chairman, I want to make some brief comments just to remind you that what we're doing here tonight is simply dealing with the interlocal agreement with Escambia County, who has agreed to match us 50% up to $1.3 million. So if it's under $2.6 million, they will give us half of whatever it is. And then if it, again, that's what we have is $1.3 million. However, there's been, I know, much discussion about other things related to this. I will tell you what is presented to you in front of it, the administration and our staff. We do not set laws. All we do is comply and enforce laws. So from that standpoint, if there were things that you want us to look differently on, you're welcome to talk to us and even suggest that outside of that. But these are the items for the interlocal agreement. But again, those are things that we're happy to look at, to evaluate. I would not say waiving the requirement for stormwater would be a positive thing to do because that is an area that floods. But if you were to relieve the parking requirement and waive the parking requirement, for us, it would allow us to evaluate in different areas. Yes, it would be something that we're not waiving for other people, but in the light of all the different things we're trying to accomplish in this activity, that is certainly something you can send instruction as we look forward. But all we're doing tonight is simply the interlocal agreement from the county.
Can I get clarity from him?
Sure. Well, yeah, sure.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So you're saying that we are not tied in to the stormwater pond?
I'm saying that, again, we can evaluate all other options. What is before you in the plan, the finalized plan, is what complies with all the rules that you have on the books. You are the council. If you tell us we don't want you, we would be willing to waive this rule, it would allow us to go back and evaluate. But I would say that is not something we interpret and just don't do.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
So that's something, if you were to direct us, we would evaluate that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. Ms. Myers, were you wanting to speak beforehand, or?
Well, I just wanted clarification too. So all this action is we're saying we will accept the money, and the basis of it is to be like a 50-50 for the
Correct.
work over there. Okay. So the plan that you're talking about, is that the plan that you showed the county commissioners? What plan is it?
It is exactly the plan that is here that I believe has been presented. It is the plan as I have that was set up for the redevelopment. That plan consists with all of your rules that we have, which part of those are parking requirement that we have. However, if you were to say to us, you can waive the parking requirement, it would allow us to look at things. We could have what is there now with dirt parking very different than what if we had to comply with all of our rules. So again, we have looked at all those. You could also tell us we will waive all stormwater. I would not suggest waiving stormwater because that area is a flooding area, which we just heard about some things earlier. So this is an area where it doesn't normally flood, but during heavy rains, we've had 2 occasions, Hurricane Sally and the 2014 storm, where we have had floods. So council could choose to tell us to waive the stormwater. I wouldn't do that. But you could also tell us to waive the parking requirement. And that would allow us to, as we finalize the plan, do some things look a little bit differently.
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking about maybe after everybody speaks, maybe offering an amendment to this to clarify that we are accepting these funds, and however, it does not prevent us from waiving certain requirements of the city in terms of the construction of the project.
And that is what I would like us to probably avoid and go sideways on, because we can always do that later. And what we're doing tonight is simply about taking the money. But if you want to instruct us, we can absolutely look differently. What is being presented, what was evaluated, was what is based on the rules the city has.
What will be our next, I always like to look at Don when I use this imagery, our next bite at the apple?
Well, it would go to bid. Our whole goal is, if this passes this evening and we accept the money, we can begin to bid it. We can, if we are so instructed by the council, we can be more creative than what the rules currently allow us to be if you wanted us to do that. But we would need some action from you to waive the rule.
Okay, so in regards to the, so you're saying waiving the parking, are there guidelines within that? So for example, could we accommodate those parking requirements through on-street parking, or are those parking required to be off-street?
If you waive the parking requirement, we could do it any number of ways, one of which is what we're currently doing with a lot of, as a lot of your tennis players are well aware, parking in the dirt. I mean, I'm not saying that's what everybody wants, but if it helps us begin to design some other things that we could get to that would allow us to find ways to get everybody together, that would be a better way for us to evaluate it.
Okay, understood.
Again, you could also tell us to waive the stormwater. I would not touch the stormwater, but it is the council's prerogative.
Okay. All right. We've got a good, healthy, engaged public here this evening, so we will work down this list. I'll call as you've signed up in the order you've signed up. So our first speaker this evening is Sarah Randolph.
Ms. Randolph, please state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for giving me time to speak. My name is Sarah Randolph, and I reside at 4312 Acacia Drive in Pensacola. I request that you reconsider the current Roger Scott Tennis Center renovation project proposal with an eye to the future. As a community, we need to take the time and, if necessary, to spend more money to conserve trees. One, because of all the natural benefits they provide, cooling, flood mitigation, CO2 absorption, etc. And two, more visibly, they beautify our surroundings, which attracts people to want to invest here and move into the area. I ask that we hold off on cutting down 70 more trees, including 2 heritage oaks, and explore in earnest ways to accommodate more parking without cutting. Nowadays, there are options other than asphalt for parking lots. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Randolph. Our next speaker is Robin Olson.
Good evening. My name is Robin Olson, and I live at 6714 Tyler Drive in Milton. I am the director of the Under the Hill Tennis League at the Roger Scott Tennis Center. I and the people I represent overwhelmingly support the proposed replacement of the hard courts at Roger Scott and for the creation of 6 additional soft courts to replace hard courts 13 through 18. It goes without saying that courts used by so many people in the community must be safe. Courts that have outlived their expected lifetime by 10 years or more cannot be deemed safe in any sense of the word. They're rife with cracks, patches, and missing chunks of surface. We have had injuries and near injuries as our players, who are between the ages of 50 and 83 years old, occasionally trip due to the current conditions. That being said, having such a gem as Roger Scott in the community has been incredible. In the past, they have hosted many tournaments attracting some of the best conventional and wheelchair players. The tournament players and their guests use the area hotels and restaurants, tourist attractions like the beaches, shops, museums, theater, etc. The tournaments themselves create revenues through entrance fees and purchases at the pro shop, not to mention first-class private and group lessons. It is in our community's best interest to return a robust standard of excellence to Roger Scott. I'm certain that we can bring back some, if not all, of the lost tournaments and dollars that follow them and attract new ones as well. But lastly, and more importantly, Roger Scott is a gathering place for social and league tennis play. It's here for all to enjoy as they choose without regard to race, color, creed, sex, national origin, or religious preference. Friendships and relationships are born and cultivated here. Roger Scott has been a proving ground which represented to Florida a powerhouse for tennis from the Panhandle, as measured by the many successes that the local teams have won through the USTA and Scholastic programs. We ask that you ensure that the next several generations can continue to enjoy this facility and the revenues that can be generated for this wonderful city. Thank you.
Very good. You guys have a few people in your league, don't you? There's a few people in that league.
128 that play and another 80 that'll jump in a heartbeat.
Okay, I knew there was quite a few of them. All right, thank you, Mr. Olson. Our next speaker is Margaret Hostetter.
Margaret Hostetter, 1500 Dogwood Place. I'm here to request that you reconsider any plans with the idea of saving all the trees in the park and in the tennis facility. I am here also representing a group that I founded about 3 years ago called Trees of Escambia County, Florida. We have over 925 members. We've recently had a big campaign on trying to save the A+ heritage tree in Escambia County. These are some ideas that came from people in our group, and I'd like to share them. One is, of course, the concern over flooding drainage problems in the city. And the questions are, is the city's plan of capital improvements for correction of flooding issues, including this project? Money, the implication and the thought here is any money that the city and the county wish to spend for something involving flooding and stormwater ponds should be to first remediate the current problems that are on the list and need attention immediately. Second, regarding ponds and the creation of a new pond on the edge of the airfield. And this person recommended that the city carefully look at the FAA requirements, Federal Aviation Association or whatever that is, because apparently there is something involving stormwater ponds in the vicinity and quite a large vicinity of an airport, because ponds attract wildlife and create a hazardous condition by attracting wildlife. And this is a serious concern for the FAA. So it says here, the FAA will not approve the placement of airport development projects pertaining to aircraft movement in the vicinity of a hazardous wildlife attraction without appropriate mitigation measures. Has the city evaluated whether the project might have the effect on federal funds for the airport due to the FAA situation? Third idea, the proposal to remove up to 70 trees, including 2 heritage trees and other trees that are not protected. There are lots of smaller ones in that area, I believe. Is also disturbing because the facility should be designed with the idea of low-impact development. We don't need to continue digging these huge holes in the ground. They're not even new anymore. There are lots of other design types that can be used, and we wanted to remind the city that you're a tree city, USA, and all these, I've run out of time already, I'm so sorry. Anyway, the idea is consider more plans, look into the idea of low-impact development, keep in mind your priority as a tree city, and mesh the needs of replacing these tennis courts with the needs of preserving our environment. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms.
Did you
Hostetter.
send me woo? I'm kidding.
Thank you, Ms.
I'm over
Hostetter.
my time, so that's okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Cynthia Jank. Did I say it totally wrong?
Oh, gosh.
Did I butcher your name?
Oh, no, it's good. Cynthia Jang.
Okay.
I live at 1916 Joshua Drive, Cantonment, Florida. I love trees, but also love tennis and what it's done for the city and all the friendships the gentleman spoke before. The City League, the Ladies League, Greater Pensacola Ladies Tennis League has currently over 800 members. It's been as high as 1,200 for the many years that I've played there. I just want to say one thing. I don't know how all of this money stuff works, but all I can say is that the courts are unsafe at this time. They have to be redone. Whatever it takes to get them redone needs to be done for the city's, just for the city's improvement. And yeah, trees, I hate that they might come down, but if it can be done in a way that saves some of the trees, that would be good, but I feel like the bottom line is that we need to fix the courts, get the new courts if we can, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Jack Gander.
Good evening, everyone. I'm also going to talk about Roger Scott, and I'm also part of the Underhill League. My name is Commander Jack Gander. I retired from regular Navy 25 years ago, and I'm an active service as a naval aviator. I first arrived in Pensacola in 1960, believe it or not, as a student aviator from New York, up in the cold area, and retired in 1985. I now live in Cordova Mall, Cordova Park area, just a few blocks from Rogers Scott Tennis Center. Both my wife and I have played at Scott since 1985. Ellie played in the Women's League, as you just heard, and I joined Underhill League in 1988. At a young age of 85, I now play tennis 3 times a week, and over the years, I have observed minor improvements on the hard courts at Roger Scott. I've seen a few of these that they've tried to improve, but the cracks keep showing up, and it's coming after a period of time. These cracks keep showing up. They paint and they fill in the cracks, but in about a year they show up. Also, the lighting is poor, which I hear that a lot as you get older. Of course, the lights are, you need better eyesight, but the lights are poor even at the younger people. As seniors, we definitely need additional soft courts, which are in the proposed 6 new soft courts to protect our knees. And I just heard a few people had need surgery and so on. I strongly recommend you vote for the proposed renovations so I and my fellow tennis players can play safely at Scott into our 90s. Thank you very much for your vote.
Very good. What we're all wondering is, have you beat the mayor?
It's not very hard. It's not very hard.
We're all lining up for that.
All righty. Our next speaker, Robert Patterson. And thank you for your service.
Hi, I'm Rob Patterson. I live at 3100 Brittany Trace. I sent an email to you guys. Appreciate you that opportunity as well. I won't reiterate any of those things. I am here supporting the proposed financial agreement between the county and the city to make these renovations. You've heard about the conditions of the courts. I can attest to those things. Besides being a physician in this area, I'm also a Boy Scout leader, and one of the Boy Scout Eagle projects that I was intimately involved with was the pathways that go through those trees back behind the Roger Scott area. And my family and I walk those pathways back there with our dogs all the time. The pathways extend well into Roger Scott around the area, and although you could certainly make the argument that any tree is cut down as a tree too many, there are many other trees in that area. I appreciate Mayor Robinson's proposals. I park on the dirt all the time and have never had any difficulty doing that. And if that saves a tree, I don't think there's many of us who use that facility that would mind that one bit. But the issue here before us is the approving the money and making the next step so that we can get this project going, which has been ongoing for a long time. There's a lot of us who, if you look at the age of the supporters here, who are not getting any younger, and our population is getting older, more courts are needed to accommodate the increasing seniors for whom tennis is a sport that we can play into our 80s and 90s. I'm one of those people who just had a knee replacement a month ago because of the years of tennis that I played. I can no longer play on the hard courts. Whether they're fixed or not, they won't be for me. They'll be for wheelchair players and young players and things like that. But accommodating us who can no longer play on hard courts, these soft courts are a huge boon, and we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Betty Wilson.
Thank you. I'm Betty Wilson, 2299 Scenic Highway, Unit T2. And thank you for allowing us here tonight to express our opinions about this tennis center updating. Pensacola is designated as a tree city, and it has a unique through creative design that will protect these unique trees on their journey through time. In fact, this grove of mature trees need not be targeted for destruction. The water retention pond that is planned to replace them will not be needed if the new parking areas are paved with pervious materials, and the trees and tree canopies are excellent at handling runoff. Why take them down? We can use an updated design with current best practices, including the trees, pervious paving, and appropriately designed and installed swales in and around the parking areas. And that can save our trees. Pensacola needs more trees. Don't destroy the ones we already have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Donna Underdonis.
Good evening. I'm Dawn Underdonk. I live at 4660 Baybrook Drive. I emailed each of you a letter and detailed a lot of reasons why the tennis courts should be reconstructed. I'm not going to go into all of those. I think everyone here knows that it's an investment not only in the courts and the people who play on, but it's an investment in the city. Pensacola was ranked number 10 in the nation this year for places to retire, and part of that is by having facilities and amenities that attract people to Pensacola. And a tennis center like Roger Scott does just that. We not only have the number of people who are playing under the Hill League, we have the 800 plus playing in the Ladies League, we have juniors that you wouldn't imagine. We have probably in the hundreds, I would say over 600, that play in a night USTA league. We have a program that's run by Rita Dodson that deals with handicapped children and teaching them to play tennis. It is a facility that is worth the investment, and the opportunity the county has given us by investing a matching dollars up to $1.3 million gives the city an opportunity to make Roger Scott again a first-class facility and do so in a manner that I hope also can protect the trees. I'm with Rob. I can park on dirt. I've done it before. I'll do it again. I don't know that the expanded parking personally is necessary, but in either event, the reconstruction of the courts and returning Roger Scott to a first-class facility is a very high priority. Thank you.
All right, very good. Our next speaker is Diane Crummell.
Good evening, council people. Let's see. I am Diane Crummell, and I've been a resident in the city of Pensacola for more than 50 years. And I am truly sick and tired of driving around the city, seeing signs that say permit applied for the removal of trees. Why do we even have tree ordinances? All people have to do is get a permit, cut down the trees, pay a small fee or fine, and maybe replant a few saplings. I can't believe I'm standing here again speaking to you about the renovations at the Roger Scott Tennis Center, asking the same question I did a couple of weeks ago. Will there be trees cut down to make way for parking lot? I've never heard any discussion of trees being cut down and the need for a stormwater pond until the press conference Mayor Robinson had on Monday. I have to ask, did members of the council know about this before Monday's press conference? Because the public sure didn't. You would think that a $2.6 million renovation would have a rendering to review. I haven't seen it. Have you? But now Grover's trying to get out in front of this, and he seems to think it's okay to talk about the slaughter of 70 trees, including 2 heritage oaks, as if it is no big deal, claiming that the trees must be removed because of the need for a stormwater pond to deal with the issue of stormwater runoff. That is about the craziest thing I have ever heard, cutting down trees to solve the problem of stormwater runoff. Why would Grover just forget to mention this until now? I can tell you why, because he knew that he would have gotten so much public pushback. Maybe he thought he could just get away with it because that stretch of trees is not visible from the roadway. They could just go in there, bulldoze it down, and ask for forgiveness. I walked this area a couple of days ago. It is a beautiful piece of paradise. Grover claimed that 70 trees were going to be cut down, but I can tell you that there are hundreds of trees that are going to be slaughtered. I have never read or heard about the tennis courts flooding. This forest area slopes down to the tennis courts, so you'll have to pump the stormwater runoff up a small hill to make that work. Those trees have done an excellent job mitigating any rainfall. Why not use the stormwater pond on the airport property less than 100 yards away from the area of the trees that you want to slaughter? Talk is that the airport will charge a fee for the use of it. My question is, doesn't the city own the airport anyway? So what does that matter? Those trees are a natural buffer for noise. That airport property is like a barren wasteland. Let me tell you, once those trees are gone, the winds will blow and the dust will fly. Wonder how our tennis folks here today would feel about that. And I want to be very clear, I am in favor of renovating the tennis courts. I agree that the tennis courts need to be safe, they need to be dressed, and I support that. From what I understand, money has been in the budget for years for doing this job. Let's get it done. But
Thank
what
you,
I am
Ms. Crummell.
asking is for the city council
Thank
to
you,
hold
Ms.
back
Crummell.
funding for the stormwater
Ms. Crummell.
pond, tree cutting, and
Ms.
parking
Crummell.
lot until you reevaluate the
Ms.
plan
Ms.
and come
Crummell.
up with a better plan that does not take down this stand of trees.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Crummell. Our next speaker is John Lee Bass.
Hi there, good evening. My name is John Lee Bass. I'm from Pensacola, Florida. I live at 5913 Mitchell Lane. I was born and raised here, 1967 at Baptist Hospital. I have been away for a while, and coming back this year after this COVID nightmare, I decided to come back to Pensacola. I was shocked how much it's changed. A lot of it is for the better, but I feel like I am in the twilight zone and I'm putting out a fire with gasoline. I've only been here, back in Pensacola, 6 or 8 months, and I became involved with this tree preservation, and I cannot fathom how we are able to build and tear down buildings when we have so many derelict, empty buildings all throughout the city that can house anything. They can be torn down and they can be reused for this tennis court. I'm an advocate for sports. I agree they need to be safe and somewhere enjoyable for people to play. But I'm seeing renovation, and I think it's an expansion, and I'm hearing tennis courts and I'm hearing parking. And my asphalt is ripped and I need new asphalt. So why are we expanding? I hear it's a little bit of the tennis court, but then I hear it's parking. Which is it? Is it an expansion or is it a renovation? And why are we moving so fast? We have such an influx of so many people moving to Florida. I really thought Pensacola was different, and I'm so wrong. I'm so disappointed. After seeing what happened downtown with Hurricane Sandy, I had so many oak trees tipped over, and they're thrown away. I know those trees have to cost $300, $400, $500. They're thrown away. And I see the faces on y'all, and I cannot tell you how much I appreciate what you do and how your service to the city. I know it's a hard job. And you always hear everybody up here complaining. You never hear how much of a good job you do. But I am begging you to please look at these tree ordinances and tighten them up. It's a joke. I don't even know why we have them. I really don't. It's ridiculous. It will save you all a lot of headache from dealing with this. Just pass it. Just tear down all the trees. The city's going to look horrible. I know you guys have to think about the consequences of tearing down these trees. You have to. You know, I heard, I like trees, but I like my tennis courts. Well, I like fox and mink, but I don't wear a fur coat. I don't understand how it's getting so out of hand, why we cannot slow down and do proper development. I'm asking y'all to please look at these city and county ordinances and tighten them up. It's not only for me, it's for thousands of species that we nurture with these trees. And I don't understand why it looks like we're the crazy ones trying to save things for our future and our generations. Yeah, the tennis courts are going to be here for generations, but the trees aren't.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. All right, our next speaker is David Mayo.
That's good. Hi, David Mayo here. Live at 3710 Menendez Drive. Proud local Pensacolian. Good to see all of you. And I just wanted to speak in support of the renovation of the courts and of an angle from which I'm very been pleased to be a part of in founding in 2004 the Pensacola Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships, which became literally the third largest wheelchair tennis tournament in the nation, right here in our beloved city of Pensacola. It was just a marvelous, inspirational sight to see. And if you've never seen these wheelchair players playing in the caliber of which they do, these top players that would come from literally all over the world. We would have 20 to 24 nations represented, 100 to 120 of the best players of the world. And these, as good as these players are, they would be humbled by these top players playing in a wheelchair. But from 2004 to 2016, 13 years, we had this great event in our city to host this Pensacola Open. And sadly, because of the conditions of the court deteriorated over those years with cracks and dips, and it became such a problem, safety, that we lost our sanction. And so we had to disband the tournament. And it was a very, frankly, a bit of an embarrassment to me. I was, just hated to lose our beloved tournament here. And we were told then that it would be maybe a year or two before the courts could be renovated. And here we are now going on 5+ years that this has not happened. So hopefully this renovation can happen, sooner than later. We can get this back. And so anyway, I'm very hopeful that we can certainly get these courts renovated. And regarding the parking on the end, I mean, even I've parked on the end of those courts where we're talking about the parking. The condition that they're in now, I have no problem in a wheelchair going around through the hard-packed dirt around to the front. It's really not even an issue to me, the pavement there. So just for whatever that's worth. But anyway, I hope that we can get these done finally and get the Pensacola Open back in Pensacola. There you go.
All right, very good.
That was just put after everybody spoke.
Okay, can I ask you this too?
Yeah.
Just for clarification, we kind of got some questions early on, kind of framing the boundaries of everything. Is there some intentionality, purpose, or reason for kind of doing all things concurrently? So obviously we hear tonight, fix the courts. I think that's a clear message, and save the trees. Those are the two loud messages that I'm hearing. So is there anything that says it saves dollars, or it's got to be done, that while we're renovating the courts, that the parking lot has to be
Your
done
current
concurrently?
ordinance provides for that, which is why I said you are welcome to waive that. It's your ordinance. You can waive it. I think Charlie can advise you on that. You're welcome to waive the parking room. You could waive the
Because of the new courts, then we have to put new
Well,
parking.
I mean, the courts you've already got there, you're underparked. You're in an underparked situation. So, but it doesn't have to be, again, the people who we asked to go do it, look at your code. They put all the things together. You talk about creating paved parking in there. It doesn't have to be. That's what I'm saying. You are welcome to waive it. If you waive it, they'll be happy to construct other things. But when you say, why don't they look at things, they look at things based on what they read in the code. So if you were to come forward and say, you know what, we would waive this parking requirement to find other ways to do it. And I think you probably heard multiple people say, listen, I need the tennis courts. We need safety on that. We need an amenity to play on. We can work with the current parking situation that we have there. You would have, I'm not saying there would be no trees lost if there was no additional parking, but it would be those pretty much confined to what's in the Roger Scott area right now that would be done. There's some trees between the second courts and the third courts, because we'd have to move the third courts down in all on one level. So those 3 levels, so those trees would be lost. There would be some other ones. It would be fairly minor in number, but you could do that without the parking requirement. The parking requirement is what necessitates. You could probably handle, and swales and other things, you could handle the water that would come from the little bit of addition of what would be the tennis courts themselves, because they would mostly fall back into the same footprint they had. There's a little bit of expansion because we are moving the courts a little bit distance from each other, but that could be accomplished there. The big issue is related to the parking lot. And again, if you were to instruct us, now again, what is asked here is simply the interlocal agreement. But if you were, and council was to take an action and tell us that we would waive the parking requirement, it would open up some interpretation that we could look at and be differently in what we have.
Okay, but there's no intentionality in saying we're addressing the parking at the, so if we were to waive the requirement, we could address parking, because I agree with you, I think the facility's underparked. I personally would like to see it handled with on-street parking along Summit, Road Diet Summit, but that could be a conversation down the road. What I am asking though is, does it have to be concurrent? It's not like a mobilization thing while they're mobilized there to renovate the courts.
No, we don't have to. I mean, it would change cost in some way, but the cost would come down, not go up, if you took out the parking.
Right, okay. All right, very good. All right, I just wanted to clarify some of the boundaries we're operating within there before we start our deliberations. So first we have Councilman Brer.
So, I agree with you. I think that, and this is you, Councilman, that I think that we should go slow, do the courts, and postpone parking and a pond, and instead look to that road diet that's been talked about on Summit, where you put the parking there and we do swales down the road. I would support this if and only if we take the parking and the pond off the table at this time, so that we can look forward and do things intelligently. I just want to be real clear here. Trees mitigate stormwater. Taking out trees adds more stormwater. It's short-sighted. It's incredibly short-sighted. I walked with the engineers and staff 8 months ago. They asked me to come out there because they knew I'd have concerns about this. I did. We agreed to look at other conditions. I was never alerted to anything again until I heard it from you on Monday. I'm pretty frustrated on that front because they knew that this was going to be a very, very difficult take. The constituents, this is my district, the constituents within my district are overwhelmingly, there's not one person within my district who said take down those trees. Most everybody wants the courts renovated. These don't have to be one or the other. We can be intelligent, renovate the courts, go slow on a parking lot, and make these plans that you're talking about. Summit has a long-term plan of a road diet, I don't know if you guys are familiar, which could intentionally put parking on Summit. We could put swales when we, at that time, there's just so many ways to do this thoughtfully and consciously over time instead of rushing into something silly and very short-sighted. So I'm going to let everyone talk, but I would like to amend this, that we approve accepting money to renovate the courts, and we do not put a parking lot in it this time.
All right.
Is that a motion?
No,
Well, I wanted to
let's
allow
let
you guys to
everybody
talk.
air it out. This is
Yeah.
obviously a big topic, so let's let everybody get one chance to speak first before we start trying to put a bow on anything. Councilwoman Myers, you were next in line there.
Thank you. Well, I do support renovating the tennis courts. And however, I do support Councilwoman Breyer's approach to the approval of these funds. So I have a number of issues I want to express. One is that this whole process has had a tremendous lack of transparency. The council approved $1.2 million, actually $1.3 million, to address the safety issues and rehabilitation issues of the tennis courts. I didn't know until I read it in the paper about the $2.6 million project. I did not know until I heard the mayor speak at his press conference about the taking down of 72 trees and stormwater ponds. I did not have access to what you gave to the Board of County Commissioners. And I'm concerned about this draft here because it shows that the stormwater pond is actually not connected to the parking lot. It's behind, on the north side of the 18 courts. And then there's another stormwater pond, it looks like, planned for the 10 or so clay courts. That concerns me, the lack of transparency. The other thing that bothers me is I hear everybody talk about safety. However, we have some humongous safety issues and ADA violations at the Roger Scott athletic facility. I am 79 years old. I have severe osteoporosis that puts me in a category of a disabled person under the Americans with Disabilities Act. I have also been a wheelchair user, and I guarantee you that the violations that exist today, that some of you have been gracious enough to go with me, Donna being one of them last Sunday, to look at my concerns. The ADA accessible playground is not accessible. You cannot walk from the Roger Scott tennis court to that playground. You can't even roll there in a wheelchair. And all of these conditions have been known by the city parks director for years, and nothing has been done. And this is not a lot of money we're talking about to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act. And yet we're spending all of this money to address safety issues. And I'm for that. However, I'm very concerned about the rights of people with disabilities being violated over there. So I think what we need to do is approve the money conditionally, taking into consideration I don't think the parking lot appears to me to be the big source of needing a stormwater pond, because I've talked to city staff who tell me it's about the tennis courts. So we need to design this project to save the trees. And just very quickly, this is about tree canopy. This isn't about saving a few trees. The airport took out hundreds of trees in the past year and a half, I think. Sacred Heart just built a facility on Summit that took out hundreds of trees. 5 acres across the street on Grande Street, 5 acres clear cut. We are losing our tree canopy over there. It is going. And so this is about preserving our tree canopy and about climate change and about stormwater. So we have to look at this a lot more broader than just, we're losing some trees over there. I was over there this morning and walking my dog through those beautiful woods. So I'm very supportive of this interlocal agreement, but I'm only supportive of it conditionally upon us saving those trees and finding other solutions to stormwater over there. The parking that is in the dirt also has a lot of heritage oaks, so we have to be careful parking over there, not to damage those oak trees. So I would submit to you, go look at what Sacred Heart did behind the Cancer Center on Airport when they did their parking lot around their heritage oak trees. Now, that's an expensive thing that they did, but they designed that parking lot to save those trees. So, we need to be careful driving cars over those oak roots, and I looked at those today too. So that's another thing that needs to be taken into consideration. We don't want to hurt those trees by allowing people to just park in dirt. So somehow we need to protect those trees if that's going to be our overflow parking. But I think Councilwoman Breyer's solution to some of the parking is something that needs to be escalated. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, all right, you still got 3 minutes left. so
Well, I want to hear from other people.
All righty. I'm just letting you know, so for
Okay,
your next
thank
time. Councilman Jones.
Thank you. I'd just like to say I am also very supportive of us taking or getting $1.3 million from the county to match us on this. I think it's great that they've done that. I would agree that I think it's a good idea for us to hold on the parking lot right now, hold on the pond, and look at how we can do the street parking. As one of 3 of us that has Summit running through the district, I've actually been talking to people the past 2 weeks that completely separate from this that like the idea of a road diet on Summit, kind of like Summit is on the eastern side. So, yeah, I think we need to fast track that if we can, and hold off on the parking here.
Thank you. And then Councilwoman Ann Hill.
Yes, I definitely support renovating the courts and doing whatever it takes to keep this a really amazing amenity for Pensacola. I think that we should take the parking money and put it toward a study of the road diet on Summit so that we can solve our parking problem that way. I don't know if the studies have been done, but you always have to have a study, and there's some money in that budget that would put that, make that available. So I'm glad that we've had this discussion. I didn't know those trees are coming down, and I certainly will not support them coming down.
All right. So let me try to bring all this into a landing. Sounds like we're all supportive of partnering with the county, taking their money, accepting their partnership. It sounds like everyone supports. We've got this incredible facility, and it's kind of a damning indictment to allow it to deteriorate. It would be especially terrible to allow it to deteriorate any further. So I think everyone supports that component. There's probably just a couple pieces we need to sort out. First thing I had an inquiry about is the stormwater pond. So I hear everyone kind of quickly dismissing the stormwater pond. And as the representative for the area, I know we all share Summit, and the pond is not necessarily my district, but if you look at a topo map, there used to be a creek that runs down Piedmont, across Bayou and down into Bayou Tar and Seville neighborhood. 2014 floods, obviously we all know how catastrophic that was. When the governor comes to your city, it's either real good or real bad. When he comes because of flooding, it's real bad. And Rick Scott was camped out in my front yard talking to my son about Legos in 14 to check that out, because that's where the flooding came right through there. So obviously Piedmont was entirely washed out, and whenever it rains, water pools there. Piedmont, gratefully, city staff's done a phenomenal job hardening that streetscape. We've hauled out over 10,500 dump truck loads of Lake Flynn, as it's affectionately called, the airport pond, to increase our capacity. I know Marketplace is being improved. Unfortunately, it'll be increased and beautiful. Councilwoman Myers giving you a little woot-woot there. But I do have concerns about the stormwater pond. So if there's an opportunity to mitigate stormwater through that Piedmont, Bayou Tahar, Seville neighborhood watershed, I'm not so quick to just dismiss and say, hey, everything's hunky-dory and well. And so I would like to get some additional information, if we can, about how this pond will effectively address that. I don't know. Is that something we have?
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk about that. And Brad, if you come forward, or Brian, do you want to come forward? I was going to ask you, Brad, on the issue. The challenge with the majority need for stormwater is not the tennis courts. There is some water that will be created by that, but it's primarily the parking.
Mr. Chair, members of City Council, Mayor, Heath Jenkins with Mott McDonald is here to answer any stormwater-related questions. Just for clarification, we have overflow parking that's currently sand and grass. It was used by tennis for tennis tournaments, it's used by athletics during athletic days, it's used by the Victory Center on big events, it's used when the pool is flowing with crowds. It's also, we also have a contract agreement with the YMCA at some point in the future to provide parking. So this was going to take care of all our overflow parking and meet that contractual obligation in the future. The only part of that obligation that will hinder if we don't do this is once we get to that point when they build a building next to the Victory Center, is we'll be back talking about this, or we'll be asking you to relax the rules, and we have some creative ideas which maybe we can come forward with that at that time. None of us want to take out the trees. So if you have a stormwater question, Heath's here to answer those from Mike McDonald.
The stormwater is primarily related to the
Parking.
parking.
Yes.
All
The
right.
courts, I'm sorry, the courts will be expanded a little bit between each one to accommodate our wheelchair tennis tournament. They need a little bit more room to turn around. So we're going to expand them a little bit, so we will have a bigger footprint, and that will require some form of taking care of the water.
I would say the council's position is not necessarily design, that's the position of what we deal with. But what you do handle is the rules, which I said, the rule that you need to relax and tell us that you would relax is the issue related to parking and waiving the parking rule. If that's the case, then we have a much different situation we can look at and evaluate and have our designer look at and evaluate. So, I mean, I think that would be the better part for us to do. We build our stuff, we design our stuff based on the rules we have. So everything that you saw designed that was coming forward was done so based on the rules that you have. If you change the parking requirement rule for us and waive it for us on this, we can be more creative in what we do. I would suggest if the council wants to do something, that's why I started out tonight saying, if you want to do something, waive the parking requirement, we can deal with that. But we should not accept the money, and we need to get going on doing on redoing the courts.
Okay, and so what I'm looking for is information pertaining to that stormwater mitigation. So if we're going to delay the parking,
that's most of your stormwater.
That's correct. The greatest majority of that comes from the impervious, from the parking. There is an expansion of the impervious area associated with the courts, but it's much less than
We can handle that with
anything with
swale.
parking. But a smaller pond, a much smaller pond that doesn't get up into that area because potentially we would use the area that parking is in. So there are a number of ways that we could handle that much less impervious area. And I would want to point out, there is obviously a city ordinance for stormwater, but there's also the water management district. So if we do increase the impervious footprint, we will have to take care of stormwater based on the state requirements. And that's what we would look to do. But the greatest majority of the stormwater requirement is tied to the parking lot.
okay.
So again, the best thing, if you want us to look at and provide something to you that's different, that would come forward, it would be to tell us that you would be willing for us to waive the rule on parking. And then that would be easier for us to set up and design something.
Okay. All right, that gets me. Councilman Wiggins, I don't believe you've had an opportunity to speak this evening.
Thank you, Council President. I just have a quick question. Does it have to be 18 courts? And the reason why,
Hold on now, hold on.
Let me finish, please. The reason why I asked, if you look at the back row here, where the retention pond actually butts up to the trees, if you take out that row and bring the stormwater pond down, would that work?
It would not work for the number of what we have. I think we don't need to lose courts. That's what's been the discussion here. If you noticed, the court is consolidating down to the south towards Summit. There actually would be area swale that you could take into account behind what's the end of the court and before the trees. You're going to be ripping out asphalt that's currently in court. That could be done and used as swale. There's nothing growing in it right now. You could do that, but you really do need the 18 courts. And with the 18 courts, you just heard the engineer. There's not we can plan for water, but we can plan for that. The biggest determination on water is the parking lot. The parking lot goes to what's required and all the other things. So if you were to say waive the parking rules, we could be much more creative in what we do. And I think if you've heard the people, they've clearly said, listen, we need the courts. We will be willing to park in the dirt.
Right. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wiggins. Councilman Brer?
Okay, a couple things, because I did have a civil engineer walk that again today also. All those stormwaters, the airport, where they were back there, underneath the courts, all goes into piping that goes to Summit. So you really weren't going to get anything better. And this pond where they're going to put it is on higher ground than the parking lot. So it was not actually going to collect probably the parking lot water. Parking lot water was still going to go south towards Summit. I mean, I just want to be real clear here. That's why we need to be slow on that and intelligent. So let's do what we need to do for tennis, and then let's take our time. We don't have to rush into this. Let's take our time and do what's responsible and intelligent in the planning for this. Because I've had it analyzed a couple different ways, but you weren't going to gain less water at your house, okay? I'm just
It's not my house I'm worried about. I'm on high ground, I'm not on Piedmont.
That's incorrect. Yes, you would. Any amount of ponding. Okay, let's bring the engineer forward. Come forward, please. Come forward. No. Hold on.
I don't want to have to use my gavel here, people. Come on,
Hold on.
We need
I
to
would,
follow the
hold on, Ms. Myers, please do not join let me try to, thank you. Just hold on for me. I think it's important we do. And let's start at ground zero here. It's good that we talk about the merits of these things and not, accuse the administration of trying to obscure things from us. Let's talk about the merits of it. Either it's good or it's not. Either the stormwater will help or it won't. And what people's motives are really not germane to the discussions. It's
Okay.
either it is or it isn't. It's not let's do the intelligent thing or do the dumb thing. Nobody thinks they're doing the dumb thing. So
Okay.
I'd like to hear from an engineer.
Okay,
I
but
appreciate
I
that
just
you've
want-
walked.
I just want 2 questions from him, to do both, if you would. Ask him how much water it mitigates to put in a pond, and how much water you lose mitigation from taking out 100 trees. Just make sure that's balanced.
Do you hear the question?
I do. So let me kind of start at square one. Is Roger Scott was put in a time whenever stormwater requirements were not really a thing. So there's no stormwater mitigation plan for Roger Scott as it exists.
Only the hard courts. The soft courts do have mitigation.
Yeah, sorry, there are, some of the add-ons do have some smaller, and so what we need to do is the same thing, is as we add impervious area, what we need to do is maintain the flow off the site as it currently is. So our stormwater pond would mitigate any additional impervious area so that the existing conditions, the proposed conditions would create no more stormwater runoff in a 100-year storm event than it currently does in its existing situation. That's what the stormwater pond would achieve. I will acknowledge that Councilman Breyer's comment that is a higher area. It's one of the undeveloped areas in the proposed plan. It is higher. We would have to dig down, and that's how the stormwater would get there. That stormwater would just be an attenuation pond. It would be a way that we would slow down the water as it enters the Piedmont system, because that is correct. It would enter that Summit system and go back down Piedmont, and that's how it would get out into Bayou Tahar. But that pond is a way to slow down the water as it enters that system, keep it from going over Piedmont, provide storage volume for the new impervious area that can't soak into the ground. Trees obviously help. A wooded area is going to have a much lower runoff coefficient than a parking lot. So a wooded area, if it rains on a wooded area, that area doesn't create a whole lot of runoff. But a parking lot, as soon as it hits the parking lot, it's not going to soak in. It may evaporate if it's a really hot parking lot, but the rest of it's going into a stormwater collection system. So the goal of the stormwater collection system would be to slow down the water to a point where it's the same as it is right now. After we built everything that we wanted to build, we would slow down a volume of water that's equivalent to the existing conditions. That's the design of the stormwater. It's not going to eliminate problems, but it would keep them exactly as we currently are. That's the goal of that design. And any design is to attenuate to pre-existing conditions before post-development.
Understood.
Thank you. Hopefully that was clear enough.
No, yeah, crystal, and right to the topics we're discussing.
So, and to that point, if we have less impervious area, we need less area to account for that volume, because the volume is going to be smaller.
Okay. And so if the parking requirements were waived, when you said something there about there hasn't been the stormwater requirements as that facility was
Very
developed.
similar condition. Instead of having a parking lot, we would have a grassed area. The grassed area is going to let the water soak in and, you know, go into the tree roots, go into the groundwater. And therefore, we wouldn't need to provide any kind of stormwater attenuation for that area. It would not be pavement. It would remain as grass.
Is that stormwater pond, though, addressing stormwater runoff from existing development there? Was that part of the?
As currently designed, it accounts for the parking lot. If
Just
there was
the
no parking lot, then the requirement for
Keeps it
stormwater
at that.
attenuation would be much less. We would need a much smaller volume of water that we would need to store before letting it into the system.
Mr. President, that's why I started off this whole discussion saying, if this is, again, there are two different issues, but if you want to do that, the biggest thing to do is to tell us, waive the parking requirement. Then that becomes an easy situation to solve. It is the rule right now as sits, and again, the plans that come forward, they go off all your rules.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins, right? Jenkins, yes. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. All right. And just so everybody doesn't think I'm a jerk when I preface with this, we've got rules and procedures. We try to follow them. Each council person is awarded 3 3-minute times to speak. And so, Ms. Myers, you have 3 minutes left.
I just wanted to ask Mr. Jenkins one last time. So if we do away with the parking lot, we would have a little bit of stormwater mitigation to do, but it would be more like a bioswale there where the parking lot is?
Yes, ma'am, and I don't have that with me to decipher, but we have looked at those in preliminary conditions, and we do know that, yes, it would be a much smaller volume, would not necessitate us getting up into that area that we are looking at currently for the pond.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And likely could be in that area. Instead of the parking, we could potentially use that area as well.
Okay, great. Well, thank you.
Absolutely.
The mayor is asking us to waive the parking requirement. So before I make a motion, or perhaps the councilwoman for that district will make the motion, I just want to make clear what the mayor is asking us to do. So the motion on the floor is to approve this interlocal agreement. So should we amend this interlocal agreement to just say council waives any parking requirements? I guess we need to identify it over here.
I would think that it is basically approved, but you're right, we don't have an agenda item to give that instruction. So I would understand what that meant if it was amended. I mean, does legal have a problem if they were amended and say, based on the overall design, the council is allowing you to waive the parking requirements?
Yeah, I think that's acceptable.
I would like to make that motion. I don't think we need to include anything about stormwater because we already know that if the parking lot goes away, the trees are going to stay. And so I would just like to make it simple and waive the parking lot requirement. That's my motion.
Okay, so you're making the motion?
Yes.
All right. And so we would need a second for that motion.
And then can I do a friendly amendment?
Okay, we've got a second, and so you offer a friendly amendment, Ms. Breyer?
Yeah, I know that sounds like it covers it, but I would like it to instead say that we waive the parking lot so that we can ensure that there's not a stormwater pond in those trees, something like that also protects those trees. Because I just want to make sure, because I've been here, I was here 8 months ago, and I thought that we were good, and I didn't see this coming. So I want to make sure that protection is in there.
I don't want to accept that as a friendly amendment because I don't think it's necessary. I think, well, that's just my opinion, that the stormwater pond that they're contemplating is not going to be necessary if the parking lot's not there. So I don't want to go into that type of detail. That's just me. I think the motion is adequate enough to address your concerns. I really do.
Okay, so not accepted as a friendly amendment, it could be offered as an amendment, I guess. That would need a second. Let me ask one clarifying question real quick too, for the motion that is on the floor with a second. So, Mr. Cooper spoke about some obligations we have to provide parking to the YMCA. So we've got funding in place already, and I believe me, I understand the challenging issue here. I don't think anyone's like, yay, we're cutting trees down, right? But if there are obligations to provide a parking facility for the YMCA, is it possible that we waive this requirement and in a year or 2 years, we're back here and we have to put parking down, and then we have to put a stormwater pond, and now we don't have the county to come along and partner with us, and then instead of having county dollars to do something maybe that we would have the same objections, but now we got to finance the whole thing ourselves.
I think you leave yourself slightly open to some cost issues, but I think if you waive the requirement on that and allow you to holistically campus the whole park, you would allow yourself to maximize better opportunities in the future, which is why I think the issue, I think Ms. Myers is exactly correct on what she was saying. Your issue is not design, your issue is rules. If you tell us the rules you want, we will design what's there. What is designed is because of the rules that are there. And I think if you leave it with the parking issue requirement, there is no parking. We're not going to put that there, and that's what we have going forward. But I do believe the better issue is to alleviate the parking requirement and allow you to even look at campus-wide parking for the overall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chairman, members of the City Council. The obligation to the YMCA is based on our rules. I believe later on, when that project comes forward, that we can take a holistic approach to the whole campus as Roger Scott One Campus and meet the parking requirements that the YMCA will need to meet to build their facility if and when they get around to building that facility.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so any other comments on the motion?
I'll accept hers. I won't argue anymore.
Okay. All right. Motion and second on the floor. I still got lights. Did you want to speak anymore, Ms. Barrett? No.
I do not.
Mayor, you need to put any icing on the cake? All right. So I don't see any additional speakers. Going once, going twice. Then I suppose we need to vote on the amendment that's been offered. So we're now voting on the whole item. We're voting on the amendment as offered by Ms. Myers. Please vote. All right, motion passes 7-0. So now we need to vote on the item to accept the interlocal agreement with the caveat that parking requirements are waived. Not seeing any speakers to talk on that, so please vote for the item. Motion passes 7-0. All right, very good. We do have one more item before, so I'm anticipating a great exodus once we finish this second item. So while we've got a captive audience and we lose this full house, I do want to point out one thing. You realize how much tension and anxiety and all the emotions we feel as we go through these items. Can you imagine doing this for just years and years and years? So I do want to point out Miss Elaine Major. She works in the council staff. She's only been doing this for 55 years. So she's got a halo. I don't know if you can see it.
The city of Pensacola will not admit to any child labor laws that we break.
That's right. So anyways, she is a jewel of the city of Pensacola and a jewel to this government organization. But on your way out, give her a head nod and a congratulations for 55 years. All right, we are going to... Move on to the budget resolution here. Item 2021-94. We do have a full slate of business. Remember, we moved you to the front. All right. If we could kind of, they can't hear me, can they?
No, they can't.
Miss Erica, shoot them with those mind bullets you got. All right, thank you. All right. Very good. I think we're at an acceptable audible range now. So 2021-94, supplemental budget resolution number 2021-94, Escambia County renovations to Roger Scott Tennis Center. The recommendation here is that the City Council adopt supplemental budget resolution number 2021-94. Madam Clerk.
Supplemental budget resolution number 2021-94, a resolution authorizing and making revisions and appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2022, providing for an effective date.
All right, very good. We'll need a motion. We've got it. You guys are on it. We do have two members from the public that have signed up to speak to this item as well. The first is Margaret Hostetter.
This is regarding the funding, and as I understand it, the tennis court being in a local agreement and two sources, that the city's funds are being obtained from your lost, and they were lost funds, and they were in the budget, so you have, you have allowed for this previously. And apparently, there was a large increase in the cost once you got the design underway. Is that am I correct that the cost initially was to have been approximately the 1.3 million you had in your budget, and then it doubled in the
This project
design?
started under the prior administration probably over about 10 years ago.
Okay. And so the budgeted amount was 1.3, but it had to be updated because of costs and maybe expansion of the facility?
The entire 10 original soft courts, restroom, and all the other infrastructure that went into that was 1.3 million. So you can see what has happened between 2010 and 2021.
Okay. So the American Rescue Plan Act, I understand, ARPA, was the source of the funds that the county promised and designated for their portion of the development. And that's very interesting. Totally new money coming to the county. What was it, $63 million for their portion, I believe, from the American Rescue Plan Act. So I have a question, not about your source of funds, but about the county's source of funds, being ARPA, and whether really it has been assured and determined that these funds, ARPA, are allowed to be designated for something of this nature, renovation of a tennis facility.
ARPA is allowed to be used for recreational outdoor facility. After all, outdoor facilities were allowed to be utilized during COVID. We in fact, after the original, everybody shut down in March of 2000, we never closed Roger Scott again.
Well, I'm sure there are conditions to the ARPA money. I'd be very happy and interested to see where the interpretation or the legal decision may be that, and this is again the county's money, not yours.
It's just in the
But
rules.
I would
It's in the
appreciate
rules.
it. Well, could you point that out? I'd appreciate that very much. And thank you for having an agreement, and I hope that the whole facility will be a real positive, as well as your road diet and all of those new ideas in getting this passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Husstetter. Our next speaker is John Lee Bass. Did he depart?
He had to leave.
Okay, all righty. That concludes that. Any comments from the dais? Seeing none, please vote. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Motion passes 7-0. All right. Now we're doing the musical chairs agenda this evening, so that'll take us back up to the top here. The item 21-00982, City Council consent to the mayor's appointment of Sherry Morris as Development Services Department Director for the City of Pensacola. The recommendation here is that the City Council consent to the mayor's appointment of Sherry Morris as Development Services Department Director of the City of Pensacola in accordance with the City Charter Section 4.01A7. Need a motion? We got it. All right. Mayor?
Ms. Morris, if you would come forward. I will tell you, when we look to hire a deputy to replace the position for the inside services that Kareth was overseeing, we had 2 great applicants, and it's always hard when you have one position. But what we also realized was there was a lot of talent and opportunity that Ms. Morris had and what she had been doing, and she could do more. And what we also realized was the city of Pensacola at one time had a development service that did exactly this. It changed. Mr. Fiddler talked about multiple cities he's been to have had this. We've had a significant complaint within all development services is the problem was we had independent silos and nobody was overseeing the whole department. So once Mr. Forte got into his new position working with Mr. Fiddler and myself, we thought that this would be a great opportunity to bring them together, and we had a perfect applicant who had the aptitude and the desire to do more, and we're very happy to have this opportunity to work with Ms. Morris, who I cut my teeth with in planning board back when she worked for Leo Dodge, long time ago. We came through stuff, so very happy to have this opportunity. And if you have any questions for Ms. Morris, she'll be happy to answer. I think you'll be pleasantly pleased with the quality that she will bring to the team.
Very good. Councilwoman Myers?
Yes, and let me take this off. Yeah, I believe that anytime we have an appointment head recommended to us, it should not be on the consent agenda, because if it were on the consent agenda, we wouldn't have the opportunity to have Ms. Morris here. And so I've always been flattered when people would call me Sherry Morris. You know, that's happened a few times. And always made me look better. So I have known you for many, many years, way before I became a city council member. And I remember when we had a community development department. And so I really hated it when that department went away. So I think that this is a good approach to bringing what we had, what I thought worked really well in the past, back into play. And I highly support Sherry Morris, because she's been around for a long, long time and has worked with many administrations and staff. And so I just wanted to have the opportunity myself to let you know how much I appreciate everything you've done, your hard work over all of the years that I've known you. And I'm always flattered when people call me Sherry Morris. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Myers. Councilman Brer?
Would you like this appointment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just making sure, that's all I want.
Sometimes people are voluntold.
The mayor told me I had to do it, yeah.
I'm not here under duress.
All right, very good. Well, seeing no additional speakers,
Did you wish to say anything, Sherry?
No, I know you guys have a long night ahead of you. I appreciate the opportunity. We have a great team, and I'm really looking forward to building on the successes we've already had and take it to the next level. So thank you very much.
good, very good. Thank you. I'm just going to kind of speak in the same, cut my teeth with Ms. Morris at Planning Board also. This may be later, there's no Leo Dodge, but, and what I understand is this is going to help with some of our permitting, that this, to have somebody in a position that understands the land development code and all that goes through the, that very robust process to help expedite that through. So personally, glad to see that promotion for you, and I think it's a great thing for the city and how we handle that process. So
Thank you.
it's very good. Please vote.
Why don't you get Ms. Myers back?
She has verbally said she's voting yes, so.
All right, motion passes 7-0. Congratulations. All right, our next item is 21-00973, public hearing, proposed amendments to the Land Development Code, engineering sections 12-3-121, 12-4-1, 12-4-3, 12-7, 12-8-6. Recommendation here is that the City Council conduct a public hearing on November 18, 2021, to consider proposed amendments to the Land Development Code, Section 12-3-121, 12-4-1, 12-4-3, 12-7, 12-8-6, related to engineering. We'll need a motion in a second. We got it. Any comments, questions, behests? Not going to tarry long. Seeing none, please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Next item is proposed 49-29, oh my gosh, 49-21, proposed ordinance number 49-21, proposed amendments to the Land Development Code, engineering sections 12-3-121, 12-4-1, 12-4-3, 12-7, 12-8-6. Recommendation here is that the City Council approve the proposed ordinance number 49-21 on first reading. Madam Clerk.
Proposed ordinance number 49-21, an ordinance amending Title 12 of the Code of the City of Pensacola, Florida, amending the Land Development Code, Section 12-3-121, Design Standards and Guidelines, Section 12-4-1, Off-Street Parking Spaces Requirements, Section 12-4-3, Parking Lots, Chapter 12-7, Subdivisions, Section 12-8-6, Design Standards for Stormwater Management System, providing for severability, repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
All right. We actually did need a motion and a second on the public hearing, but I think we do need one for the proposed ordinance. All right, we got it. All right, please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Next item, 21-00834, lease of real property for redevelopment, upland and submerged land in Bayland Slip, south of Harbor View on the Bay Building. Recommendation here is that the City Council authorize the mayor to negotiate and execute a lease with Gulf Marine Construction Incorporated for the redevelopment of upland and submerged real property, portion of parcel reference number 000S0091000001034, located in the Bayland Slip Inland Waterway directly south of the Harbor View on the Bay Building at 25 West Cedar Street. Still need a second? All right. And Mayor, did you want to introduce this item?
Tina, if you want to say something, I do want to make a comment.
No, sir, I just wanted to say that the loan submitter, Mr. Peter Gaddy, is here representing Gulf Marine Corporation, and has a small presentation that he'd like to have.
I would like to say before, as we go forward, this is the one, again, we told you, it was originally somebody came to us, they ended up not bidding, it surprised us. We thought there was a fairly good idea that would provide more public space than not without us having to pay for it. That was what we envisioned. It didn't show up. We did have a bidder. I think he wants to show you some things. I was very clear with Mr. Gaddy when we talked on the phone that unless I saw public amenities, I didn't think this council would approve it, but you're welcome to do whatever it is. But he wanted at least the opportunity to bring forward a proposal to you. So we'll allow you to do so.
Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Gaddy.
Mr. President, members of council, my name is Peter Gaddy. As stated, I own Gulf Marine Construction, and I'm going to go ahead and preface my presentation with, one, I haven't given a PowerPoint since I was in college, but Microsoft's made it very easy, and two, we're not proposing the removal of any trees on this parcel. So that's a bonus. I graduated from Auburn in 2005 with a major in business economics, and I moved to Pensacola. I know there's a few people here that are in my age group, and we know that unless you created a job for yourself back in 2005, our job market was not great here. There were tumbleweeds going down Palafox, 3 places to eat downtown. We've seen a great revitalization, and I'm really glad that, I'm here and my business is here in Pensacola, and I'm able to be a part of that. I established my company immediately after school. And since then, we started out in the residential sector, but when the economy turned south in 2008, I had to get creative. So we started doing public work, public projects. One of the first ones that I did, as a matter of fact, was a kayak launch for Escambia County at Civitan Park over on the west side off of 2nd Street. So we have a lengthy track record of performing public infrastructure projects. From anything from municipality up to the federal government. We've done work on NAS as well as numerous other places. And we're actually under contract to replace the ferry landing from Sally damage as well. So I have several references that I can furnish to y'all upon request. So the existing site conditions at Balin Slip are not great. It is a gem. I was actually, when I saw the solicitation, I was really excited because this is actually a spot, especially during COVID, I would drive my boat down here, tie up, and go downtown, get something to go from somewhere, go eat it on the boat, and go home because there was really nothing else to do last March and April as far as, being with, getting out and doing things. So, I made since I saw the solicitation, I made several visits to the site at different times of the day. We've got irrigation system flooding the area daily, as you can see in both of these top pictures, and there's quite a bit of algae growth, and the paver walkways and planters and stuff are not in the best of order, but there's certainly room for a lot of improvement there, and I'd like to propose some of those. Next slide, please. So this is the water side existing site conditions. Currently, there are 2 inadequate spots for mooring vessels. It's hard to see in this image, but there's 2 pilings on the north side, and then there's a couple on the, I guess that would be the northwest corner. So there's really like 2 spots for tying up vessels currently. And as you can see in the corner, there is a shoal forming right there, which prohibits you from really tying up a vessel safely. So to say that this parcel is utilized to the best of its ability is certainly false. There's also a couple of submerged pilings posing hazards to mooring vessels, and of course we have a legally moored, squatter sailboat right there that we all know when someone is willing to do that and tie up somewhere, the next thing is that's probably going to sink right there, and y'all are going to have to hire somebody to remove it. So, next slide, please. So what I have proposed to do, this is a tricky spot. It is you've got that 45 in the corner right there. But what I would propose to do would be dredge the shoal that's forming in that corner. We would install some fixed docks, creating roughly 8 boat slips. I had asked council, or I had asked the mayor for additional time to come up with this drawing with my designer, because we really we still don't have a survey. We've just got these rough dimensions that are overlaid on the aerial, but it's roughly 8 slips. And I would like to thank Councilwoman Hill for contacting me shortly after I had turned in the original proposal, because she sent me the link to the meeting where y'all actually approved to put this out for solicitation. And I went and watched that, and I saw that the reason y'all did approve it was because there was going to be some public access maintained, which obviously it did not say in the legal advertisement for the solicitation. So we adjusted our drawing to install an ADA accessible paddlecraft launch in the corner, which was really kind of a tricky spot anyway, and it's really a good utilization of that corner. And we would maintain 2 day-use slips for the public, complete with mooring piles and a safe way to moor off your boat, versus if you see like pictures of it now, there's basically a concrete bulkhead and some pilings helter-skelter. I mean, anyone with a nice boat is not going to tie up there unless they're really good at docking. So, next slide, please. So, as we saw with Roger Scott, with any project, you've always got an evolution of design changes, and there's still quite a bit of due diligence to be performed. Projects like this, it's not like building a house. I mean, we would obviously first have to review the lease terms with the city, site plan for planning and zoning, because this is a situation where we'd be building to 0 lot lines, which of course the city can waive. We would have to coordinate meetings with DEP and Corps to find out what the permitting implications are there. And of course, we would have to figure out a way to get power and water there as well, which is going to require coordination with Gulf Power and ECUA. So the benefits of our proposal is this public-private partnership, which really is stuff that we've been talking about in this city for, the better part of 15 years. And it'll enable both public access and private enterprise to utilize this property to its full potential, create usable waterfront, which will further improve downtown, which is, none of us have any qualms about doing that. Develops an otherwise inadequate site for launching paddlecraft into a brand new bona fide kayak launch on the paddle trail. It'll retain the 2 slips that are currently there and available. And by doing it with our company, it'll enable an expedited development of the parcel, because we don't have to go through and have the gears of government turn through the entire process. So I sat back and looked at this and saw, and thought about what I could do, or what we could do to make this something that everyone gets a good deal out of. And of course, last but not least, I would fund the project. So, does anyone have any questions?
Very good. Any questions for Mr. Gaddy? Okay, all right. Ms. Hill, you're first on my list. Did you want to?
Yes, I do want to emphasize that when we released that notice, that we did not mention any of the things that we were expecting. I think we had somebody in mind who was planning to do something, and I think as we explored it and did our due diligence, we realized that it did have ways of docking. I didn't know that when we started. I thought we needed a place to to, dock, but there are those, and if you look at these pictures, you can see the cement moorings, and we actually had a boat tied up at the time we were taking the photo. And as you look through it, over by the Harbor View slip, you can see the moorings very well. And so, it just, I put it up on Facebook and I asked people what they thought of it, and the overwhelming response was they did not even know that there were public slips there. And I do believe the majority did not want us to do anything with it, to leave it alone until we know exactly what we want there. And I appreciate what you could do. I think an RFP, if we put that out for those things, would be wonderful. But at this time, I don't feel comfortable giving up our public slips. But thank you for all these great ideas.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hill. Councilman Jones?
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say, first off, thank you for, changing your proposal and looking at what we wanted and kind of modifying based on that. I do have a couple of questions. I don't see the picture here, but is it the public slips, are they going to be the ones on the north side of
The public slips would be the ones adjacent to the kayak launch, and those are, if you scale that, those are roughly, one of them is 25 feet long and the other one is 30 feet long.
Okay.
So any boat that anyone would be out in in the bay for a day cruise kind of thing, the water depth doesn't allow for really any larger a boat than that.
So it's one on either side?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. And then for the other slips, do you plan to rent those out to people?
That is correct.
Okay. So you wouldn't have like your barges or anything
No.
parked there? Okay.
Well, during construction, yes.
Yeah, okay.
That's right.
But not long-term?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilman Myers?
Yes, thank you for the very good presentation. I wanted to ask you about the ADA accessible paddle craft launch. Where is that up there on the
So
slide?
the white rectangle in the upper left-hand corner that has the hatching going across it like this, that would be the spot right there. The best way to do those, in my opinion, would be to have a rail, both a low and a high grasp rail, 1.5 inch diameter, and make it to where you can pull yourself up, and we could do like some low grab rails on the sides. Once you start to get into waterfront features, ADA is a little gray, because obviously, if you build a marina, you can't put handrails around everything, because then you can't access anything. What I've seen at other places that have ADA access, like the Mahogany Mill County facility, for example, they have a toe kick board, so someone that may be visually impaired or in a wheelchair cannot go off the side. So essentially, you put a curb on the side of the dock to make that safe for people that are trying to get in and out of that area.
Okay, the United States Access Board has requirements for ADA accessible boat launches. And so is there anything comparable to that in any place around here in downtown area?
Not in downtown. The one we put in at Civitan Park, it was like back in 2009, 2010. It's similar to the ferry landing on a smaller scale. It has an aluminum gangway that goes out to it on a floating dock. But at the end, at the time, I don't know if it has changed as far as the ADA is concerned, but it was not required at the time to have handrails.
Okay, so how much generally is the cost for one of those?
For doing the ramp in the corner,
Mhm.
I would say to construct that corner piece, which would be the public access piece, I would say it'd be somewhere in between $30,000 and $50,000 for that portion of it.
Okay, so where would the public, the two public,
They would be adjacent to the triangle in the corner,
okay,
which would be the one immediately to the south and then the one immediately to the northeast.
so the ADA accessible paddle craft launch would be available to the public?
Correct, as well as those 2 slips.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a break even on the slips, net 1 kayak launch.
So the area that's, as it exists today, is not ADA accessible, right?
So, Councilwoman Hill, correct me if I'm wrong, before Sally weren't we discussing the other day, there was a ramp to get down to this area
I would
previously?
rather have,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Cooper there, I wouldn't want to,
Brian, do you, I don't, you want to come down here? I wasn't aware of anything necessarily that we had.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, I don't recall a ramp being down there. I've been down there many, many times, and I don't recall a ramp.
and is, while we have, may I ask him? While we have you, there are plans to redo that area because of the, Sally, I know you have a lamp that's missing. You're planning to redo the walkway, and do you have other plans?
This is
there?
this is a complicated parcel onshore. It's, we do take care of the landscaping, which in this picture you can see is none after Sally.
Right.
And we do have to repair all of that, repair the irrigation and get all of that back up and working. The paver issues, there are issues there underneath the pavers that causes the algae growth and stuff. So it's really it's going to be a combination. It's CRA-owned property, and between Public Works, Parks, and CRA, we're going to probably have to come up with some kind of solution to remedy some of those problems in the future.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Broughton.
Thank you. This question is really for for someone in the city. How long is this lease?
We haven't, we put out the invitation to go to negotiate a lease. We have not set what that would be.
Okay. So there's no time set right now. Is there, is there?
I would imagine there's some level, these aren't buildings, so you're not talking about, a lot of times people, to put in a condominium on a 99-year lease, these are improvements that would need some time to finance, but I would imagine probably in that 20 or so year lease and that time frame for those improvements. I mean, I don't know what you amortize typically over dock improvements.
I had figured about a decade. That's why we had proposed a 15-year.
Okay.
And how we ensure that this actually gets built the way it's being presented today, would that be a part of the lease?
Absolutely. You would have a final lease, would have to come to you, and any lease we'd have have some kind of picture showing what's going to be the expectation of what we would have. So all it's done is to go back and negotiate a lease and have that. But again, you got to feel right about the right part of the design part that we're talking about now, the public side of it, what you want to do.
So I think that's kind of the part of this point. We say, yep, go in that room and negotiate, and probably if there's any real deal breakers, now would be the time to get them on the record, and then they come back with whatever lease. And if it checks
So it would come back to us and we have to finalize
to
it.
approve that lease. Let me ask this question. It says upland and submerged land, but then as I'm looking at this aerial, it looks like all submerged land. So do we have any clarification?
So we don't have a survey of the parcel. I worked with Ms. Stallworth and the city surveyor to kind of get an idea of the legal description of where everything starts and stops, if you will, as far as property lines are concerned. But as I understand it, it's all for the submerged land, but the way the description reads, it has some of it going up there. So without having a bona fide survey, I mean, all I have is the legal description. I'm not a surveyor or an attorney, so.
We're speculating.
That's what I got.
Our expectation would be submerged lands, but with access, because obviously they have to have access to the.
Yeah, we would have to have some kind of easement deeded to the lessee.
Okay. And then let me see. I had one other question, but I'm already fatiguing. Councilwoman Breyer, let me.
So, Councilwoman Hill, what would you like to see in this?
I would like to see it kept by the city and let us have time to really evaluate what we need there. We do propose it as part of the paddle trail. I think that I would rather have 9 public slips than 2, and so that would be my preference.
Okay, and then for us, I'm not sure exactly where this would come. Right now, we can, how many boats can fit in there? 2? We can only get 2
Two
in there?
safely.
I mean, that multiple people, the other gentleman who also was looking at it one time came to us, basically said 2 because of the way you tie up and the difficulties with the 45. There's a lot of space to only get 2 boats in, but for everybody generally that I've heard boating say you can get about 2 spaces.
And do we have any plans to enhance this location?
We have none at this time. I'll remind you, we have no money appropriated to do any of the improvements. That was half of what sparked this conversation with us, was not having any funds immediately that we would figure out how to do it. So it was getting extra spaces for us putting in no money. But
I'm sorry.
no, you can. I mean, again, we can leave it. We can do whatever we need to. I mean, if you want to put money into it, we just don't have. We don't have it appropriated right now.
Okay, very good. Let me ask you this. That was the other question. If this is CRA owned, would that lease and revenue then go to the CRA?
Correct.
Okay. We do have members of the public that we're here to speak to, 2 members. If
I
it's
have one more question.
Okay, yeah, fire away.
Would the public slips be free for the public?
Yes, they'd be public day use slips. And with regard to, I totally understand where you're coming from, and I know this is your district, and of course you'd want 9 slips, versus 2. We've got a beautiful facility, and we have funding now for the Maritime Park Municipal Marina, which is finally going to come to fruition, which is going to be, incredible for downtown, which is a stone's throw away from this as well. So, this is a way for you to get something for essentially a discounted lease rate.
Excellent. All right.
Just one more question.
Okay.
I think that when we talk about money, in fact, with the Maritime Marina, there's always a couple $100,000 extra for incidentals. That always comes back to us. And we've funded quite a bit with those little incidental funding. So I do anticipate getting some funding for this.
Okay. And the other name I had on here before we kicked to the public, Ms. Myers, did you want to say?
I didn't hear that part. Did she say you anticipate what?
You know how we have that, what do they call that? I know it's got, like, every time you put in a bid, you always do a 10% contingency funds. And they come back if people stay in what they anticipate the cost to be. And it used to go just to a generic lost money, but we've learned now that we have that contingency money, and that's how we funded quite a few of our things in the last lost.
And you're suggesting we do something similar to fund it ourselves?
Yes.
All right. So the last name I had here on my list before we move to the public, I wanted to see if you wanted to speak, Ms. Myers, or did you want to?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question.
Okay.
You mentioned the Maritime Park Municipal Marina. Is there anything accessible in that plan that you know of for people with disabilities?
That would probably be.
Yeah, that's not gonna be.
That would be a.
He's not involved in that one.
I'm almost
What I'm
100%
trying
sure.
to find out is how much there is for people with disabilities, because that's one of the things that attracts me to this project.
It's a fair question. I think he's just saying it's city project, so we should have.
Yeah, so I'm just asking anybody who knows.
We can address that.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, we'll have ADA accessible launch as well as an ADA accessible kayak launch as well. So we have 2 proposed ADA accessible launches at the CMP Day Slip Marina that we propose. I think we're expecting the agreement from DEP for the grant dollars for that project to come in any time now. As soon as we get that agreement, we'll then proceed with solicitation for construction.
Okay, so actually, we could probably fund a project through CRA funds, because that would be the logical source of it if we were to improve this. Is that?
You could use CRA funds, absolutely, or if you wanted city to do it, that would happen.
I would
Any
rather,
city sources you could use. But I do want to clarify one thing. If we have extra money left over on the day marina, we can't take that money and go to somewhere else, because that comes from NERDA, so that money would go back to the state. So you can't count on if we have leftover money on that.
well, I'm more interested in not using funds outside of the CRA, because we need improvements in other parts of the city outside of the CRA. So, I mean, there's two things that attract me to this, is that we're using somebody else's money, and there's ADA accessibility. So to me, you know, that's attractive, and there's also public access. So I definitely wouldn't want to pay for it out of any funds other than CRA, because we have too many needs in other parts of the city outside of the CRA districts.
All right, very good. Thank you. Ms. Myers, at this point, I'm going to call Mr. Gaddy. Thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
Yeah. We'll hear from the public, and we'll hear from you. Our first speaker is Glenn Sechik. Is that right? Close?
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor. It's Glenn Stefchik. I'm a boat captain, Steer Chief in the Coast Guard Reserve. I own a small boating business. I boat when I'm not boating. That's what I do. I know the area very well, too. I like that spot. Boating's up. You know, we have sort of slips. There's less than a dozen slips in the greater Pensacola area. I know because I look for my customers all the time. There's no place to go. I would love to have that marina myself and make money off of that, but I think as a city, you have an obligation to give the boating public a chance to stop at in Pensacola via boat. 2 slips is not enough. And I get that it's not optimal right now, but you can get more than 2 boats in there. If we're a maritime city, but you can't access it by boat, that seems awfully silly to me. I know we're getting the maritime marina when? We've been promised that for years. I hear that we've made progress, but we're not there yet. I recommend you vote no until you actually have another place to put in there. Until someone has a place to tie their boat up, you can't give away our only spots to a private investment. I've reached, I sent an email today. I wanted to talk because I didn't get a lot of emails bounced back. I'm happy to answer any questions anytime for any of y'all about boating. It's all I do. I'm on the water every day of the week in Pensacola, and I have a good bead for what that has. I'm speaking on behalf of other businesses, other mariners that have reached out to me from the email or the Facebook post, things of that nature as well. So I think you have more responsibility than to get a free project. You have responsibility to the boating public of Pensacola to access their downtown via boat. The Fish House, the marina, $15 a foot. There's not a spot open. So even if you have money, you can't tie up downtown Pensacola except for right here. So you look at the Palafox Pier, same company, same price. They're not going to put any more slips out till they have you guys pay for the seawall, though they're the only people who benefit for it. So I think you really need to reach out and say, hey, look, this is what's important is keeping Pensacola a maritime city and making it available to all, not just rich people. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How many slips are we going to have at CMP?
We're going to have 48 boat slips, and as well as the kayak launch.
2.
And, excuse me?
2 kayak launches and 48 boat slips?
I believe it's 2. It will be 48 boat slips. I don't know if it's going to be 2, if it's going to be 4 kayak launch slips. I can confirm that for you.
Okay.
As far as the question, we have 100% design plans for the CMP Day Marina. The only reason we haven't proceeded with construction solicitation is because we anticipate the funding from DEP to come through, and so why not take DEP's dollars to fund the project? Then we can shore up those CRA dollars for other projects.
Very good. Thank you. Our next speaker is Renee Borden.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I wanted to speak to this because I think what we had was sort of a failure to communicate, and I went back and actually looked at the video for July as well as the meeting, and I think what the intent was to try and get a proposal that included some sort of public space, and I love that you came back with a proposal that did that because it wasn't in the solicitation, like you said. And so I think it was probably very difficult to understand if you're just looking at the solicitation, what the city had intended. So with the fact that the other individual who came forward didn't answer the solicitation and you did, I think it was just trying to kind of, meet those requirements. And I'm glad to see somebody else besides the individual who currently owns all of those slips now, who's managing those marinas at, Seville Harbor, which was Pit Slip, and Palafox. And so you're having a different opportunity for someone else to invest in that. However, that being said, I still feel that this needs to be a public facility. The idea of having the 48 slips coming with the other marina, we're several years down to get that going. We still have these slips right now available to the boating public. And as the captain said earlier, where are we going to do that? I mean, you're having somebody come over from the beach, maybe wanting to come downtown. There's nowhere to put their boat right now. So let's leave it. Let's leave it public. It's maybe not the greatest facility right now, but I think that there's some improvement. If we get CMP up and running, maybe we come back to a public-private, or we actually put out an RFP so everybody sort of understands what our city expectations are, and it's very clear what we're looking for and what we want for that. So that's all I had to say. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. And you guys, what happened tonight with Roger Scott was great. I know that was tense in the discussions, but it was wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Robinson?
I need IT over here. I'm totally off, and I don't know which button to push here. So, Granicus, all right. I didn't, there it goes. All right.
I thought it was Mayor Pro Tem there for a second.
I couldn't push my to get to speak. I do want to say, and I appreciate the comment, but we are not years away from those slips. I mean, it literally is. It's gone through the motions to get approved, and we expect once we get it that we should be able to turn around fairly fast. But the problem has been getting the money. So, I mean, we've gone through all of the hoops and hurdles to this point. Everything does just take a long time going through NERDA, but we do expect to have that any day. And once we get it, we would love to get it going and get it out to bid. So I just want to assure the public, both you guys and the public at large, we do believe we're very close to getting that funding. And once we do, it's easy at that point to actually do the work.
Very good. Councilman Jones?
Thank you. I was just going to say I'm excited that the CMP spots are going to be there. I think that's something that we sorely need. But I also think that that's still pretty far away from Palafox, and having access right there at Palafox is important. 2 slips is nice, but I do think, if we can get 9 at some point, that'd be great. And that just like the captain said, we need people to be able to come to downtown Pensacola, get to Palafox easily by boat. If you go out to spots where boats hang out, you'll see that boats come from Alabama to hang out close to Pensacola. And if they can shoot right over to Palafox and have a place to dock, then they're going to come here for lunch or come here for dinner after they're done.
All right, very good. Thank you, Councilman Jones. I don't see any additional speakers. I'd like to weigh in where I'm at on the deal. I think this whole site is really kind of, it captures kind of the spirit of what we're talking about here. If I were to start from scratch and try to articulate what I envision there, there's probably a lot of lost opportunity at this site. Every time I'm downtown, I'll stop in there in the evening with my wife. We'll sit there and sit, and it is an incredibly serene spot right there in that little harbor. It blows my mind that there's not any sort of retail or something. Why are we not eating dinner right there? Why is there not a restaurant right there? There's just certain realities it's not. So it's an incredible spot. Hypothetically, it probably could be something much more engaging, much more incredible for the city, but there's certain realities for us to get to this place in reality. So hypothetically, it's kind of asinine consideration, I guess, in some ways. I imagine we could do some public access things there, but I just know of too many priorities that I'd like to get done elsewhere. There's a lot of other priorities that we're always fighting the constrained dollar. I'm a huge fan of leveraging the private dollar to create something that's well managed, and we've got to create, certainly boundaries in that, but I think this is an opportunity to create an improvement there. The fact we can ensure some public access, what I'd like to see is that the mayor go negotiate a lease, ensuring that there's this public access as described, and that any retail or any rent revenue that's generated would certainly be enough that we would have revenue to cover the maintenance there, right? The fact that the area is not maintained, that it's covered in these issues, it's a revenue shortage. So to say, oh, we need to assume the financial responsibility to construct more things there, just pragmatically, it doesn't add up for me. Let's leverage the private dollars, construct the improvement, generate some revenue for the city that we can go down and address those maintenance issues in the surrounding context. That's how I see it. Councilwoman Myers.
Well, I would have a problem actually spending CRA money for this. I think CRA money should be used for the benefit of poor people in CRA districts. I don't see that spending CRA money or city money on this project addresses the needs of low-income communities, which I feel have been so left out of CRA projects and benefited by CRA projects. I'm inclined to agree with Councilman Moore on this, and philosophically, I just believe that this is a project that is since we're going to have so many public access when our Maritime Park Marina is built, I would rather see CRA money used on other projects and any other funds spent on other projects. So I'm inclined to support Councilman Moore's position. I thought he stated it very well.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. All right. Seeing no additional speakers, again, this would either give the mayor the authorization to go negotiate a lease and or not, and we'll retain it. So, and again, I would say that I would like to see enough rental revenue generated that we could cover making sure we're maintaining that area there. So, let's vote. No snare drums in the house. Motion fails 2-5. All right. Move to the next item here, 21-01013, Goya Drive Street Lighting Project. Recommendation here is that the City Council authorize the use of the $200,920 appropriated in the street lighting project and the local option sales tax for the Goya Drive Street Lighting Project. We'll need a motion and a second. There we go. And this item is sponsored by Mr. Casey Jones. I don't know if you want to make any preliminary remarks.
Yeah, I'll speak briefly about it. There's going to be people on staff that can articulate things much better than I can, but this is an area that is a pretty high traffic area that has needed better lighting for a long time. This is something that it's called the Goya Drive Street Lighting Project, but if you look at the lighting plan, you'll see that it actually is this entire subdivision here off of Goya Drive that needs lighting, that has had crime issues there. They've had issues with right now they have lights that I think were installed by the developers that just don't work very often. And they need new lights there. It would also, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Forte, but I think it would also go around the corner on the Rothschild, some lighting there as well, because there have been some lights put down on the other end already. But yeah, this is an area that just needs lighting really badly, and I hope that you guys can support it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jones. Up next, I see Councilwoman Myers.
Yes, I can't support putting this amount of money into one area. When I was only allowed $15,000 for an entire district that has a lot of lighting needs, and not just my district. When I leave here tonight, I will be driving down Davis Highway, and I'm going to be looking at all of those side streets. It's not in my district. Look how dark they are in low-income neighborhoods. It's unconscionable. I will turn onto Tahar from Davis Highway and go to 9th Avenue, and let me tell you, Tahar is a very dark street. Another very dark street is Royce Street. And I feel that this is unjust. It's an unfair distribution of the resources. I have been trying to get street lighting, not just for my district, but equitably throughout these particularly low-income neighborhoods. I do have a lot of crime in certain areas of my district, particularly in the area where I live. People are having to pay for their own streetlights. A street like Sanders Street, for instance, that is a primary route for school kids to get to 3 public schools. People are having to pay for their own streetlights. There is not one single streetlight on College Boulevard from Airport to the entrance of Sacred Heart Hospital. Not one. Not one. It's unbelievable. No, I cannot support this kind of expenditure in one district, one area, and this has been the problem here. There has been no strategic plan to address the lighting needs, particularly in low-income neighborhoods where there is high crime and where a lot of people don't even have cars and they have to walk streets, dark streets. So I'm not going to support it. I think that we need to go back to the drawing board. I think that that every council person needs to identify some of the worst areas in their districts for street lighting, and that's what this money should be used for. When Mayor Robinson first got into office, he said we were going to each have $50,000. There's been nothing equitable about this. District 6 and District 7 in your downtown CRA area, phenomenal. That's where most of our LOST money has gone for lighting. Almost $1 million just on Jefferson Street and Balin Street. And then you walk out here on this street, what is that, Ruse out there? Oh my God. So, no, I can't support this, and council, you shouldn't either, because you're taking away potential funding for areas in your districts that also need it.
Man, I left and there was nobody signed up to speak. I come back and the thing is full of names. I was able to hear in the back, so I'm sure there's a lot you want to respond to there, Mr. Jones. Let me let everyone a chance to speak, and then I'll let you, set all the pins up and you can address all of them. This little bowling metaphor there. Councilman Hill.
Yes, I want to thank you for serving your district and finding a proposal like this. This is the kind of thing we should all be doing, and I hope that we will be inspired by your success.
All right. That's poignant like a fortune cookie. That's good. Councilwoman Broughton.
Thank you. I'll be supporting this because your district needs lights.
It's a sing. All right, Councilwoman Breyer. The bar's been set high.
I was only going to ask just if there was any kind of compromise for Councilwoman Myers. But this, every one of these, I mean, like, we need to go that full end.
I believe so. This is a project actually that was, before I took office, they were already working on it because it was such a need. So I believe so. I don't know if, Mr. Forte, if you want to speak to the funding for this and why this is, I believe, the only project that's on the radar right now that this funding would qualify for, or that would qualify for this funding?
Yeah, if you don't,
Correct.
well, there's the difference between what LOST eligible funding is allowed for and what it's not. And so replacing a bulb is not LOST eligible. Replacing an entire light, entire fixture, and putting a new service is LOST eligible. So there's the difference there, and I think we kind of try to explain that in the actual background. So you are correct that the plan for the remaining dollars that was tied to that, now it's 2 LOST account lines, but there was only one, was for this project. And that was to remove the 17 antiquated street fixtures and actually replacing them with the 28 new lights would be LED. And actually, the additional 28, or the 28 is for coverage too. So actually, there's some dark areas between the 17 we have now. The 28 will actually make sure everything's light. You also have Mallory Heights Park really to the east and I think also to the northwest. It will actually provide some coverage on Rothschild as well. I think I hopefully
That's the
answered.
Mallory Heights East is the one down on Rothschild?
There's the, yeah, I think I'm
Goya
not
and
sure if
Goya
the.
2, something like that. I'm getting confused.
Mallory Heights.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see online, but
Yeah, yeah.
you've got the park here, and then there's also the park up here.
The one with the play area.
That's the playground.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Correct.
So it'll give light at both?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, one is soccer fields and the other is.
Oh, I know.
All right. And this is a project that staff had identified? And
Initially, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And for me, that takes the cake right there. I think this whole process kind of reinforces that that's the way most projects are supported, right? So I know we tried to give each council person kind of some unilateral authority on lighting, and the fact that a lot of that money didn't get allocated, it kind of speaks to, hey, that's why there's staff members with expertise that can address these things. So the fact this is a expertise staff identified, prioritized project gives me some peace about it. I drove over there the other day and it was dark. And it's adorable little area. Can we use the word adorable from the dais? In fact, there was a house for sale, and I sent the house to some family members that was like, man, you got to move over here.
In that first neighborhood?
Yeah. La Mancha, I think it
There's a
was.
little tiny pool in one of those yards that I wanted.
Yeah. Well,
Just
don't announce it. It's adorable. I don't know. Can we check the records, Madam Clerk? Is that the first time adorable's been used in the council meeting? I'm getting off the rails here. Councilman Jones, I got you next on the speaker.
Yeah, I would just like to respond to a couple of things that you said, Ms. Myers. First of all, spending this amount of money in one district, I think, is something that happens often, and it's happened recently in your district for the beautifying of a retention pond, right? That I think all of us support that. So it is something that sometimes we have to focus on certain districts. And of course, we have to represent our own district and fight for our own district, but I think we also all have the responsibility of looking out for all of the people of Pensacola. So as far as that goes, I think that's something that, this is helping people of Pensacola, and we all have to vote for things that help people of Pensacola in all of the different districts. As far as the $15,000 that we each got for street lighting, I think I spent 8 or 9 of that. And every light that I asked for got put in. So I don't know what other people's experiences have been with that, but I haven't had an issue with that.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Ms. Myers?
Yes, I would like to ask Mr. Forte a question, if I may. So you're saying that to be eligible for, what'd you say, LOST, that you're actually going to be replacing the fixture, the whole fixture, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I would like to request that you look at that one block of College Boulevard. It's totally dark. There's not one single street light. So you know what? There's not even a light pole. So that to me would be a perfect place to put light fixtures and lights. You can't even see to drive in and out of Lowe's parking lot or the Sacred Heart Children's Hospital entrance down at the end of College, because there are no street lights. So there are no street light fixtures. So that would be a perfect place. It would be eligible for LOST because you would be putting in the actual light.
We can surely look into it. And
Well, I would
again,
appreciate it, sir, if you would just drive over there at night.
I'm very familiar with the location, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
I don't know my speaker,
Very good. Mayor,
Yeah.
I went to
I know.
school there.
Granicus.
Granicus.
That's what you were talking about last week. You thought I was. No, I was trying to say. I know Councilwoman Myers. I was on the email exchange with you and Ryan Devoto that indicated we did put in a lot of lights on Langley. We did. You requested them. We put those in. If you want us to look at College, we'll look at College. I will say, this group that is a new team in there, they happened to evaluated this. It came forward. We will look at other ones. We will see what we can do. I know that we did the stuff on Langley. We will look at College. But this came forward on Goya, and it was one that they identified, and they said, hey, it will actually work for the money we have. Can we go do it? And I said, yeah, let's keep moving forward. But I'm happy to look at College and see what we can do. I know David wants to get lights out there as much as anybody. We talk about this. I think the team that we have in place now is very focused on getting things done and making things better. And I would just let him work with it and see what we can find.
Well, I guess I better put my light on.
Okay.
I will support it, but I'm hoping to find the money. We still need street lights on Royce and other places all along Davis Highway, those side streets. There's a great need for lighting, and we need to find a source. If it's not LOST, College Boulevard is LOST eligible, based on the criteria you just said, so.
Very good.
Councilwoman Myers, we will not be touching state roads.
Davis
I know.
Highway, Davis
It's
Highway,
not.
correct.
Okay.
It's not a state road.
Davis Highway.
Yeah.
No, I said the side
College.
streets.
All right, very, very good. And so Goya Drive street lighting project item here, we've got, I don't see any more speakers to that, so please vote. Motion passes 7-0. All right, that'll bring us to item 21-01000, Florida Department of Environmental Protection Green Stormwater Infrastructure Program Grant Agreement, Brancas Avenue, East Street to L Street Stormwater Treatment Enhancement Project. Recommendation here is that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to accept and execute the Florida Department of Environmental Protection Green Stormwater Infrastructure Grant Agreement in the amount of $500,000 for the design, construction, and construction administration of the Brancas Avenue, East Street to L Street Stormwater Treatment Enhancement Project, earmarked for inclusion of stormwater treatment methodology in the form of bioretention cells. Further, that the City Council authorize the mayor to take all actions necessary to execute the grant. Finally, the City Council adopt supplemental budget resolution number supplemental budget resolution to appropriate the grant funds. All right, I think we've got a motion and a second. We need a second. Okay, still waiting on a second.
I think it happened,
Okay. We allegedly have a second.
because both of our lights are out, that both have taken place. I did the second.
All righty, very good. Mayor?
I simply wanted to just say, good job to the team and for getting this grant. And this is a one that they identified. We've had a problem on Barrancas for a considerable amount of time, getting water on and getting it off. And I really appreciate them going after and getting this done and getting something that we can do to fix that. So this is your staff working hard to find solutions and opportunities, and very proud of them putting this together.
Very good. All right. Please vote. All right, motion passes 7-0. Move to the companion item here, item 2021-99, supplemental budget resolution number 2021-99, appropriating funding for the Barrancas Avenue East Street to L Street Stormwater Treatment Enhancement Project. Recommendation here is that the City Council adopt supplemental budget resolution number 2021-99. Madam Clerk?
Supplemental budget resolution number 2021-99, a resolution authorizing and making revisions and appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2022, providing for an effective date.
All right, we've got our motion and our second. Please vote. All right, motion passes 7-0. That'll bring us to item 2021-95, supplemental budget resolution number 2021-95, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Community Development Block Grant Funds. Recommendation here is that the City Council adopt supplemental budget resolution number 2021-95. Madam Clerk?
Supplemental budget resolution number 2021-95, a resolution authorizing and making revisions and appropriations for fiscal year ending September 30, 2022, providing for an effective date.
Excellent. We've got our motion and our second. Please vote.
We have to wait for Councilmember Jones.
Oh, shoot.
Or waiting on them. I always think it's funny when we have those second things, when we vote something up, what if we voted the next one down? Like, yeah, we'll take the money, no, we won't take the money. They're always kind of interesting. Just to add some excitement.
Yeah.
Always take the money.
Could we go back to the Goya Street vote? Who are we waiting on? All right, motion passes 7-0. The anticipation almost killed me. All right, very good. We'll move to the next one here. This is 2021-96, Landscape Construction and Maintenance Memorandum of Agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation. Recommendation that the City Council adopt resolution number 2021-96. Madam Clerk?
Resolution number 2021-96, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Pensacola authorizing a landscape construction and maintenance memorandum of agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation in support of the landscape plan for Palmelia Apartments LLC.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. This was just required to go forward with the agreement that we basically consented to it. That was the point of the resolution, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
I think it's just saying what we're going to take care of after it goes in, correct?
Well, what we're saying is, we will take care, but we'll also enter into an agreement with the actual apartments that they will then maintain, and then it stays with the land moving forward so that the city doesn't become responsible for the maintenance of it in perpetuity.
Councilwoman Myers?
Yes, I don't understand what this is about. Can you say it in just maybe 2 sentences? I mean,
I wish
They would put trees out, they would put trees on our property.
I wish DOT has a new practice that any landscaping within their right-of-way, if it's above and beyond, they're making the actual developer maintain. However, they would rather it fall to, they don't want, if the development were to go under, or if there was to turn over, DOT doesn't want to then take the maintenance responsibility for moving forward. So they're looking to the localities. We're saying, we don't want to take that responsibility. We're going to tie it to the land. So essentially, it stays with the land. So moving forward, all the landscaping and all the maintenance would fall to the current property owner and any future property owners, rather than the city of Pensacola.
okay, well, that's what I thought it was saying, but it was
It's-
very, very long.
Sorry.
Okay, so
It's a
anyway.
long way to
okay.
say that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that clarification.
Very good. And I think it was 2 sentences.
We gotta make sure Charlie gets paid, that's why it's real long.
Very good. All right, please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Next item, 2021-97, supplemental budget resolution number 2021-97, Florida State Fraternal Order of Police Incorporated and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees Collective Bargaining Agreement. Recommendation is that the City Council adopt supplemental budget resolution number 2021-97. Madam Clerk?
Supplemental Budget Resolution Number 2021-97, a resolution authorizing and making revisions and appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2022, providing for an effective date.
All right. Please vote. Motion passes 7-0. 2021-98, supplemental budget resolution number 2021-98, appropriating funding for the I Street Pipe Rehabilitation Project. Recommendation here is that the City Council adopt supplemental budget resolution number 2021-98. Madam Clerk?
Supplemental Budget Resolution Number 2021-98, a resolution authorizing and making revisions and appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2022, providing for an effective date.
Still waiting on a second. All right, we've got it. All right, please vote. Motion passes 7-0. 2021-91, supplemental budget resolution number 2021-91, law enforcement trust fund purchases for the Pensacola Police Department. Recommendation here is that the City Council adopt supplemental budget resolution number 2021-91. Madam Clerk?
Supplemental Budget Resolution Number 2021-91, a resolution authorizing and making revisions and appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2022, providing for an effective date.
All right. Please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Item 2021-92, supplemental budget resolution number 2021-92, final amendment to the fiscal year 2021 budget. Recommendation here is that the City Council adopt supplemental budget resolution number 2021-92. Madam Clerk?
Supplemental Budget Resolution Number 2021-92, a resolution authorizing and making revisions and appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2021, providing for an effective date.
All right. Please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Item 2021-89, supplemental budget resolution number 2021-89, fiscal year 2022 encumbrance carryover budget resolution. Recommendation here is that the city council adopt budget resolution number 2021-89. Madam Clerk?
Supplemental Budget Resolution Number 2021-89, a resolution authorizing and making revisions and appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2022, providing for an effective date.
Still waiting on a second. All right. Please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Item 2021-102, supplemental budget resolution number 2021-102, appropriating funding for Parks and Recreation LOST 4 projects. Recommendation is that City Council adopt supplemental budget resolution number 2021-102. Madam Clerk?
Supplemental Budget Resolution Number 2021-102, a resolution authorizing and making revisions and appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2022, providing for an effective date.
All right, we've got our motion and our second.
I need to speak to this.
Okay, Councilwoman Breer?
So I want to know why this didn't come out in our budget and why we're changing this already and dipping into that $500,000 that we put out there for repairs and is now going into new construction. That, just a concern with that. So with the whole thing, why this wasn't in our budget that we just worked through?
Mr. President, members of City Council, the projects that we're asking for, the funding to be shifted around to cover, one or two of them were in the budget. The Osceola Pole Barn was a project we've been working on for a while. The bids came in high, so we're asking to move a little money there to cover that. The two new playgrounds at Bayview and Sanders Beach, both of those have been determined to be unsafe, and we're in the process of our buy one, get some free program is in September, October, so we don't really have time to get all that in the budget in the previous January. These playgrounds are unsafe. And then the fourth project, I believe, if I can get my papers here. Yes, McGee Field. So the scoreboard was damaged during Sally. Insurance only covered a certain portion. And so as we got into buying that scoreboard for this year, this late in the year, with the project that's going on at McGee, we needed a little extra money to finish that project.
So you're doing a buy one, get one free?
It's called a buy one, get one, but we don't really, on a big project like Sanders Beach or Bayview, there's no free one because it's a regional park and the playground ends up being larger. So we take that money that would be going for a smaller playground and we just dump it into the bigger project. So it's a large rebate discount. Some smaller neighborhood parks, we can do a buy one, get one free and put two in instead of one. It's all the same program. Sit down and talk to you about it anytime you'd like.
I know we did that, that was done in my neighborhood prior to me coming on, the Hitzman and the, I can't remember the other part, but you did a buy one, get one free. That's why I was asking about this. So, okay. I'm just a wee bit concerned about us dipping into that so quickly.
Well, and if I may, I intentionally didn't want to dip into that very much. What I'm asking for, most of this is for future year money moving forward. So 300 or so of it's from a future year for Bayview and Sanders Beach to move forward to help us with those two projects.
Okay.
All right. Councilwoman Myers?
Yes, I wanted to ask you about the funding for these two playgrounds. This is really a lot of money for a playground, isn't it?
Every playground, Council President, members of City Council, every playground we buy is expensive these days. These playgrounds are at regional parks, and what we would put in at, not to pick out any single neighborhood park, but a neighborhood park would not be what we would put at a regional park where people are coming from all over driving and coming to that big area. More kids typically gather at those parks, so the playground has to be a little bit larger. And that's what drives these prices. Compared to what we put in at Hitzman, this is slightly less, probably a lot less in one case.
Right.
But it's still very expensive, yes, I agree.
Well, let me ask you about Roger Scott Athletic Center. So you were actually given a playground by the LEAP class, can't remember what year. That was supposed to have been a boundless playground. There's no way a wheelchair can get onto that ramp. It looks like to me that some of the money should be taken to make that playground equipment handicap accessible as it was intended to be, and it is not. Now, these two playgrounds here, are they going to have rubberized matting?
Some of it, yes, and some of it, no. Yes, ma'am. I know that's
So-
vague. I don't mean to be vague.
Huh.
I don't mean to be vague. Portion of the footprint can be poured in place, and part of it can be engineered wood fiber.
Well, I'm very much against engineered wood, and we've had this discussion
We have, yes,
before.
ma'am.
It is not accessible. And so, for this kind of money, I would think that these playgrounds, because if they're regional parks, they should be ADA accessible, because we're not making our local neighborhood little parks ADA accessible. The one in Parker Circle is, the one over at Roger Scott, which is a regional athletic center, was meant to be ADA accessible, but it's not, and it wouldn't cost much money for it to be. But surely, if we're putting in this kind of money for Sanders Beach and Bayview, I don't understand why these would not be poured in place and boundless playgrounds.
If I may, Mr. President, every playground that we put in the 9 years of my tenure here have been ADA accessible. Do they meet boundless standards that we're shooting for at Hitzman and Sanders and Bayview and the regional parks that we're installing? They don't always, but they do meet the ADA standards. The playground at Roger Scott that was built and designed and implemented and purchased by the LEAP Foundation was put in after I arrived, but it was their project 100%. It's our responsibility to maintain it. They bought a playground that has ADA components. There's an ADA guide that our playground manufacturers have to go by. We make sure they go by them on all our purchases. These playgrounds will be ADA accessible as well. The engineered wood fiber, I agree with Councilwoman Myers, while it's not ideal, and there are times when it's not accessible to people in wheelchairs, in my experience, it does meet the requirements of ADA accessibility if we maintain it to the level that we should and could. It's difficult to maintain it to that level, because of a good rain in 4 days, and it's back to needing attention again, and there's so many of them. So it's a bigger picture than just that, but I agree with her on some of those points for sure.
Well, the LEAP project, these playgrounds have a ramp that need to connect to a stable surface like a sidewalk, and the LEAP project does not. So that, what they paid for and thought they were getting never happened, because there's about 3 inches from the surface of that engineered fiber to the ramp. That's not ADA accessible. So I'm not going to vote to approve this, because it doesn't sound like to me that these projects are going to be accessible for children with disabilities if we're using engineered wood fiber. And I would want to see the design of these projects.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Brer.
Just one more thing, Brian, sorry, Mr. Cooper. The buy one, get one free-ish.
Yeah.
How has it worked here? Because, just a little thought here. Can we go up a little bit and then get seconds and actually get a buy one, get one free?
I operate with this mindset on the playground purchase program where we get a large discount. it's rarely 100% buy. When we buy this much equipment, we get about this much equipment, but then there's so many other things that go into installing a piece of equipment. So we can get a playground of this size and a playground of this size, and then we find the funds to go and install them in 2 different locations, or we can take this discount and make a bigger piece of playground at like a regional park, and then find the money in the budget to install it and tear out the old one, put down everything that needs to go with it that we didn't get necessarily at the front point. I do most of the time try to get the buy one, get one, and take that playground and go implement it somewhere else, simply because we have so many that are in poor condition, and I'm trying to keep ahead of that curve or behind the curve sometimes. So in this case, the regional parks deserve a need and demand a larger playground, and I've taken the discount and applied it to more equipment.
Okay, I'm okay with that. I'm thinking about Eastgate.
That's fine. And we've done numerous of those since COVID hit. We haven't had the openings, but in Councilwoman Myers' district, Springdale, we put in 2 playgrounds with the BOGO. So
I know there was, I see the Bayview on there, which is my district, and for now at least, until the redistricting, then I can't wait to hear the LOST discussion when we look at where all the LOST dollars are at, but I'm just kidding you, but Ms. Myers, you got another one of them shirts I can borrow? No, but I do appreciate being serious, Brian. I know I dance around between serious and lighthearted sometimes, but I know that the Parks and Rec Board had talked about the urgency of Bayview's playground, and so I do appreciate seeing it here being addressed. And anyways, I wanted to get those comments on the record too. So, Mayor, I know you've been waiting there for a while.
I just simply I don't know anybody that's putting more into playground equipment than we have. I mean, that's been a major focus, and we're putting it all over. And I think we work very hard to be as good as we can. Is everything always perfect? No, but I mean, not having that park available at all to anyone would to me be far worse. I mean, the condition, both the Sanders Beach and the Bayview, to have those totally down and not usable at all is unacceptable to me. I mean, we need to get moving to put something out there, and I mean, maybe we hadn't been perfect on everything we've done, but we've put in a lot of park equipment, and we've worked very hard and diligently to make sure those parks are accessible by as many people as possible. And if there's not one immediately in your neighborhood, we have regional parks. That's why we need, so that these people can get to a park that has good equipment. And I think, we've worked really hard to do this.
Councilwoman Myers?
Yes, well, I'm very familiar with the Bayview playground equipment. I worked on that project somewhat with the former Parks Director before I even got on City Council. And that playground, they put in 2. One was a boundless playground that's accessible for children with disabilities and had a rubberized mat. So I believe that you're going to need, and I wouldn't support this unless I know that playground was built for children with disabilities is going to be built, rebuilt and replaced for children with disabilities with poured-in-place rubber and a boundless playground features, like what's being replaced.
I apologize. I don't have all these projects completely memorized 100%, but I know that one of the 2 is almost certainly getting 100% poured in place, and the other one where we have a swing set going in, we can put the engineered wood fiber or something along those lines. So I'll be glad to share those with you, at a later date tomorrow or something. We have them in the office. I just don't have them memorized. My apologies.
Okay.
Could you send plans on Bayview to me too?
I'll be glad to send them to all of you.
Awesome, great, thank you. Or, yeah, anyone interested?
Hey, I may take them because I get on all the equipment every time it gets Andrew McKay and I, so we got to open those up.
Bayview had one of the most fun things that nobody else had, that weird standing one.
Oh, yeah. It's like
So
angled,
you better have something fun there.
Yeah.
He's our our test company.
Very good. Yeah, and can we get a ribbon cutting before that district change? I've had no ribbon cuttings since.
COVID, my apologies.
Yeah. All good. All right. Very good. No, and I appreciate what you're saying there, Ms. Myers. Eye on those details. I'm not being dismissive at all either, just. All right. Please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Next item here is 44-21, proposed ordinance number 44-21, amendment to City Code Section 14-2-136, demolition. Recommendation here is that the City Council approve proposed ordinance number 44-21 on first reading. Madam Clerk.
Proposed ordinance number 44-21, an ordinance amending Section 14-2-136 of the Code of the City of Pensacola, Florida, enhancing notice requirements, providing for severability, repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Very good. Thank you. We've got a motion and a second. Vice President Hill, I know this is your item. Did you want to?
Yes, it's, somehow we managed not to put any time on the amount the sign had to be up before demolition, and there are some people taking advantage and not putting it up till people don't have a chance to really weigh in and protect themselves. So it simply says that it has to go up 2 weeks, and it has been vetted by the people that work with the permitting, and this does work for them.
Okay. Very good. That's what I was going to say. We had Ms. Morris here earlier. She's
Yeah.
obviously kind of the czar of all of this development at this point, so she's seen it and is good. All right, excellent. Councilman Brer?
Oh, I didn't mean to. I was just moving things around, sorry.
Okay.
I was getting so excited that I could see the end of it.
You wanted to pass it up, right?
All righty. Please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Our next item, 46-21, proposed ordinance number 46-21, naming city property, creating a process for the naming of structures, streets, and other public places within the city. Recommendation here is that the City Council adopt proposed ordinance number 46-21 on second reading. Madam Clerk.
Proposed ordinance number 46-21, an ordinance amending Section 2-3-2 of the Code of the City of Pensacola, Florida, naming city property, providing for a process in the naming of structures, streets, or other public places within the city, providing for severability, repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Very good. We've got our motion and our second. All right, not seeing any speakers.
Council President, I'm sorry. There were council members who talked about doing a revision to this item. If they would like that considered, one of those members might want to bring that up now so that it can be considered. Those items will have to be discussed, debated, and voted on by council. We have to bring what came in first reading first, and then you can propose amendments to it, if you will. And what I did, just for simplicity's sake, is provide you with the suggested revisions that two council members had made, just so you had that language in front of you for ease of functioning during this process.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Kerr.
So,
All right. Councilwoman Myers?
yes, I made a revision. Mr. Crayer, do you have, can you tell me where?
It should be in the stack of paper. It's a paper copy.
It's, yeah.
Yeah.
It's got the yellow highlight on it.
Yeah.
This one.
All that is, yes,
Oh, okay.
is requiring
I
a
got you.
surname and a given name. So, like,
So you're talking about C3A?
yeah, 3A,
Yeah, you have both names.
C3A, yeah.
C3A.
Yeah, a person's given name and their surname.
Okay, and then who did 4? B4.
Okay,
I think that was Councilwoman Broughton.
I just found C3A.
Okay, let's do this. So we're obviously piecing this together. It's like a mystery we're all uncovering together. It's really exciting. Ms. Myers, so since you've claimed authorship of the revision to, within the procedure section, procedure C, subsection 3A there, you've added the language, all renaming requests shall include a surname and a given name or relevant initials. So maybe what would be good is if you give us kind of some, the why, if you could explain to us the why of this, adding this language.
So that the person who the street is being named after, and so the public will know who the person is. Because if you say, for instance, Lee Street, that could be any Lee. I never knew, I suspect, I used to live on Lee Street. I always wondered, who is Lee? I imagine it was Robert E. Lee, but it wasn't?
I don't know.
Doesn't
mean it was, doesn't mean it wasn't.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that to honor somebody and not even know who they are, Langley Avenue, I suspect, was named after
The Langley, the one who was the first
Langley
one to fly,
Bell.
yeah.
You know, I just think historically it gives us a better history of the place. We're so detached from the names of streets and who they're named after, and it's a way of recording history. So, you know, there's a proposal that we name something after Fred Levin. If we just put Levin in there, it could be any Levin. And like with the Leroy Boyd Forum, at one time it was named the Boyd Forum, and I suggested we name it Leroy Boyd, so people would know that the forum is named for Leroy Boyd. So that's the purpose behind it.
Okay, all right, I understand there. So let's.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, you have a question, or did you? About that, okay,
Yeah,
excellent.
Right, so I guess it's when possible, because I think we don't really know who Davis is.
I have no idea who Davis is. I think there was a family.
That's another good one. Can I address her question?
Or Avery, like which Avery is it, you know, so would it be, you know, like we know clubs is probably AV clubs. But then when you get to some of the other names and we have to bring in maybe bring in UWF and fill in the blanks. I know there's a book by John Appleyard, How Streets Got Their Names. It might be a good resource, but so some might have names and some might not.
Well, I'm just saying going forward, you know, but I do think it would be a great project to maybe rename some of the streets and add a surname to it. But going forward, I think we need to name it, you know, to have that.
We're gonna run out of money if we keep adding all these signs, so I don't want to, yeah.
Well, I mean, but going forward, I think.
I'll take going forward.
I think going forward, you know, that when we name streets after a person, it just should have two names there, so we'd know if it's male or female or, you know, whatever. But, or whoever, not whatever.
Did you have any more questions, Ms. Pearl?
No, that was just my, I guess, so what you're proposing is that I guess we'd have to really explore the process. Are we just gonna vote on it now? I mean,
Yeah, so this is.
B4 and B7.
Right. So let me explain how I think this is the way we're going to do it, since we've got kind of like vested authors and different components trying to do it all at once. So you've claimed ownership of this piece right here. I think we need to do a vote on accepting this. You would need to make a motion.
I'll make a motion.
About that, admitting that amendment into, and then we'll deal with the other two proposed revisions independently as well. Does that work for everybody?
I'd like to make a motion that we accept this actually as a friendly amendment. I don't know who made the original motion.
I think the friendly amendment kind of bypasses a vote, and then so we're not really able to, again, address them one at a time.
Okay, so.
I think it helps for the process, so we all have a chance to view it the way Mr. Krers got them here in this document already complete, but it's really independent council people recommending these, so I think since the first reading was approved by council, these to be included in the second reading, I think we need to deal with them one at a time.
Okay, well, I will make the motion that C3A be amended to include a surname and given name when naming a street after a person.
Okay, and then we would need a second, and then we
Got
can
a
talk.
second with the question.
Okay, all right, so we've got a motion and a second for the language at 3A, and then Ms. Hill.
Okay. What if it's a name like
Gonzalez.
Dmitry Shostakovich or something? You know,
We're going to squeeze, it's going to be real small.
8 point, oh, it's either going to be a really long street name or, so maybe there has to be a little bit of
It says you can use an initial.
initial and
Yeah,
if it's, I
yeah.
guess.
I was going to say, we're going
It
to call this.
says are relevant initials. So like it could be a whoever.
Okay, so even though they don't go by D. Shostakovich, we could do that to make it fit. Okay.
I guess I have a follow-up question because I really just don't know how this works, and it just came to me. There's no conflict with organizing anything in the post office or how that might work, is there? I don't know.
No, because it would be a new street and it would come out at that point. It would, I jokingly going to call this is the W.D. Childers Plaza Amendment, because that is a street that has the initials and the last name. Do we still have W.D. Childers Plaza? Anyways.
We have that little street there.
Yeah,
I
that's
thought
it.
they changed it back, no?
No?
At least the sign's still
Which
there.
one?
Yeah.
The
Right
Children's
there.
Plaza Street?
By St. Michael's. Anyways, we're devolving, but, all right, so there's that. Did you have additional questions?
Well, I guess you're saying no, it's not going to mess up the order of anything, and I guess it will just roll out when it's time to make new signs. When it gets replaced, that's when you just put it out?
So if you're talking about renaming a street, I think there is probably a process where you have to go through with parcel owners and the post office, and that could be probably a very cumbersome process. If we're just naming a new street, probably much less so. But this would have to do with
No,
renaming also,
if
right?
you renamed it, it would go, that section would go with the new name, and you'd put a new sign on. It's kind of why I was saying, I liked it, like Councilman Myers was saying, going forward rather than going backwards, because then we'd have to, I don't know how many signs we'd have to redo, and we'd spend all our money redoing the signs. But going forward, we'd only do it on the ones we'd actually replace.
Oh.
But if we're renaming a street,
Yeah.
then,
Okay, future, okay.
yeah. this-
Only going forward, yes.
Okay.
For renaming, naming, yeah, so if
Okay.
we're naming a new street or renaming an existing street, it would go through this process.
Because I was just really in here imagining how you all were going to take all this.
No.
This is not a retroactive.
Okay, okay, thank you for that, thank you.
All right. And that was just I see the logic in doing it that way, you know, because there is, I hear exactly what you're saying, the logic of what you're saying. I just wonder if we have to tie people to that process, if they couldn't also hopefully have a Sherry Myers on those renaming requests to say, hey, we don't know, Smith Avenue might be a little ambiguous. You might want to put a first name on there or an initial. I don't know if putting it, codifying it doesn't create an issue where somebody with extremely long last name,
Or,
and now we've tied them into that. It's good logic, but are we creating a problem unintentionally to solve one problem?
and maybe the Myers way is like all Myers. No, seriously, I mean, what if seriously.
Yeah.
Davis
If-
Highway was because all the Davises lived there.
Sure, there was a lot of, yeah.
Sherry Myers, Michael Myers.
Myers Run.
Behave down there, behave down there. All right, so do we have any more comments specifically on this language about the renaming request having to include a surname and a given name or relevant initials? Any other comments, anyone, questions, want to weigh in? Ms. Myers, do you want to put the icing on that cake and then we'll vote?
Well, I just think it gives a street more relevancy and meaning to people, but anyway. that's
Yeah,
how I feel.
again, I see the logic of it for sure. All right, so please vote on this amendment, whether to include
Okay.
this amendment in the language. Motion passes 5-2. So that will be part of the language that we're going to vote on here later. So hold that thought in your brain. Who would like to claim, let's go to, on the criteria, subsection there 4, in lieu of renaming a street or portion thereof, city council may also consider the dedication of an honorary street name. The same criterion process shall apply to this dedication as well. Do we have an author on that one?
That's me.
Okay. So would you like to sell us on the why, and then you can make a motion, and if we get a second discussion?
Well, basically, I think honorary street names, first and foremost, or it's basically saying that the community, we as a community have chosen to honor this individual. Now, we know that the names that we have are already limited. These are our current street names. Honorary names can be additional. Often you'll see them either, well, all the time you'll see them, a sign that looks similar to the current street sign. It'll be a different color. It might be either above or below. And they're usually on intersections and corners. But it also it states on the sign that it's an honorary street name. This is helpful because we know in our past, we don't have a lot of streets named after women. We don't have a lot of streets named after people from certain parts of the community. So this is a way to not just address that, but also give light to that story and choosing to honor without having to take down the current name. Some cities, they are temporary. Some do them 5 years, 10 years. Some are permanent. It just depends on what the council decides, or in some places what the mayor decides. That could be another consideration. But I think with us having so many historic street names, we have to consider holding on and honoring things of the past as we move forward, and to make sure that particularly signs that are connected to preservation districts aren't renamed.
Okay, and did you just tap into 7-2, or you the
Yeah,
author
that's
of
it,
that?
that's
All right,
it.
I thought you tilted your hand.
So-
All right, so we're gonna limit our conversation just on 4, so that
Okay.
each amendment gets its fair day.
Now, I will add that some cities have whole honorary street programs. And maybe for 5 years, you say that you want to call this street, after someone significant in the community history, based on the same guidelines that we have stated earlier. But it's just a 5-year program, and then they rotate.
All right.
I'm not proposing how we do it. I'm just saying that this honorary street name could open more possibility for how we address name changes in our streets in the
Okay.
future.
Let me ask you this, because I've not experienced this in other communities, and you obviously have. So immediately we start talking 2 different names for the same street. I'm picturing Brent Lane, Beverly Parkway.
Well, it
That,
would be
like, multiple names confuse, if you're not from here, people start giving this 5 names, same street. It's confusing. How are other communities dealing with that, so you don't?
that Brent Beverly. I don't know.
But you know what I mean? That
I know what
road
you
has
mean.
5 different names, and so everybody that comes here to visit me, if they have to drive on that road, they get confused. It's like,
My wife could never figure it out. She could
Yeah.
never figure out how Softly was on Bayou Boulevard. That
yeah,
was-
so I'm turning straight on Brent Lane, I don't understand.
Well, from what I was told from UWF Historic Trust, was that we changed our street names in 1906, 1908 because of that reason. All of the streets were, not all of them, but some streets had different names along what we would consider the same street. So to connect them all and just have one name, we just start changing them to one
One name.
uniform.
Well, let me ask you though, that to me, all I'm saying is that's an example of a street that has multiple names. So when you start talking about an honorary name and a real name, and there's 2 signs there.
Well, they look very different. So they're different colors, and the honorary says honorary. So it would be like honorary Sherry Myers, Brent, Roy Street.
On Parker Circle.
Okay, we'll do that. Parker Circle, honorary Sherry Myers.
Burgess Road.
Yeah, definitely Burgess Road.
Yeah.
But then again, I don't know if it qualifies for state roads, so that, from what I saw, other cities do both, but we could say we just want to limit it to city streets. We do that. But because the colors are contrast and it says honorary, that the community simply chose to honor someone by naming that sign, by naming that street after them with the sign.
Okay. All right, thank you. So let's go ahead and do this. If you want to make a motion, then we'll get a second, and then we can discuss.
Okay. I move that we consider the dedication of honorary street names with the same criteria, and the process shall apply to this dedication as previously stated.
All right, very good. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I was going to second it.
No, it looks
but-
like Miss Hill beat you to it.
Oh,
She's quick
okay.
draw over here.
Yeah, just keep that finger handy.
But I've got, I've got good news. You did get the request to speak ahead of her, so, it evens out. It's
Oh,
tied
okay.
1-1. Ms. Myers.
Well, I like the idea because, in a way, naming streets is like creating monuments in a sense. And I think that this allows us to have more diversity in who we honor. And so I think it's a very good idea. The only problem is the word honorary is not defined anywhere. So we can always come back later and amend this to define the word honorary, but.
Yeah, I thought for the, under the intent of criteria, whose memory may be honored by the designation of their name and achievements associated with a structure, street, park, or other public space, and that a
This is one of those things where you're on the phone and you're like, are you about to say something? Are
All right.
you
No,
Ms.
I
Thought?
was just, I was
Okay.
just pointing out where
It is.
the A and A.
Oh, okay. I think.
It would follow the same criteria that you use for renaming a street. So to speak to your, if I can, just real quick, Council President, to speak to your question, or your comment rather, you're actually talking about two different things. The one part with the Michigan Beverly Parkway, that thing, there's actually language in this ordinance that prohibits that.
Okay.
That prohibits you can't break it up so that we're doing, I'm just using it as an example, Langley, Myers, Jones, Langley. This ordinance prohibits that. The second part is the honorary title doesn't rename the street. It just gives it for lack of a better term, a street sign. So where majority of our street signs are, let's say, green, this street sign would be blue and say honorary Sherry Myers Lane. It would not change any of the addresses. It wouldn't change the official name of the street. It would just be, I think you see a lot of them in like New Orleans, see a lot of them in Chicago that have that.
Right. So that, basically, so technically, I'm not trying to rename, I'm just saying, give it an honorary title to the street name that already exists, but in addition to, by honoring someone that way.
Actually, in lieu of renaming.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is what it says.
In lieu of.
Sometimes you read it.
I think I got my question answered.
Okay. We do have a member of the public to speak, Brenton Goodman.
Hi, good evening, Council Chair, as well as Council members. My name is Brenton Goodman. I'm the grandson of Fred Levin, and of course, I'm here speaking on behalf of the family, as well as the law firm for Levin, Papantonio, Rafferty. I'll be speaking later tonight on the other agenda item as well, but I did want to weigh in on this one, especially this topic. I think the first thing that I want to mention is the ordinance that we're talking about is an ordinance that's for renaming or naming a street. As we said, putting an honorary tag on something is not the naming or renaming of something. So if you go through with this ordinance, you're not saying that you cannot also put an honorary plaque or an honorary term onto any street that you want. So I don't think that you have to add this to this proposal. It's not something that's necessary. But if you do, what I think is that it would actually hinder your ability to rename or to name any type of street, because one, like the council chair said, it could add a confusion, right? If people start to refer to it as one type of street and other people start to refer to it as another, then you have issues, you have problems, and that can be addressed by either saying, okay, well, this is just done through an honorary means. They can be outside of this ordinance writing, or it can be done through the ordinance, which is meant just for the renaming or naming of a street. But more importantly, like what you were saying about Councilwoman Myers, about you want to name something so that people know who this person is, so that we recognize who this person is. That's why you don't want just the last name. For instance, can anyone here tell me who we were meant to recognize on March 21st in 2016 when we named a day after them, an honorary day after them? It's the Blue Angels, right? But I guarantee you, everyone knows who we intended to recognize when they drive down a Blue Angel Parkway, right? And it's because of that permanency, it's because that name is on the street. And so I would urge you to look into honorary, but that's a different and separate item than what would need to be on to this ordinance that you're talking about now, which is about the naming and renaming of streets and streets only. And the reason why you have the process that you do, where it's 90% of all individuals who have address on the street have to agree to it. And the reason why you have people that go and vet it, and the reason why it comes through the committee to look at it, is because you want to make sure that any renaming or naming are for individuals that are extraordinary and have really contributed to Pensacola, to the state of Florida, and to the United States. So it's not like it's a small or easy standard to make. So I think that these are two separate items and that you don't have to adopt this resolution in order to honor individuals, and it would not mean that it would make it any easier for people to get names renamed for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to respond.
Yes, ma'am.
I still think it's important to consider honorary street names, because everyone who applies isn't going to get chosen for a name change, street name change, but they might get picked for an honorary designation.
All right, thank you. All right, do we have any more speakers before we vote on this revision? All right, well, not seeing anyone. To me, it just seems like it's potentially confusing. If I'm new to the city and I'm driving and I see two street signs, I don't know that green's the normal. I see blue. They told me to turn on Palafox, but I saw Myers.
You saw honorary Myers.
I'm driving. I don't know that I'm going to see honorary Myers. But I hear it. I see that it could be a really neat thing. I'm just afraid that it would be confusing again, to have multiple names to a street. So, to a street. So that's my opposition. Councilwoman Baird.
So when you come from like your house up to that thing that you turn right on and go to where I work at PSC, what road are you on?
Yeah, good
I
question.
mean, I don't know. I don't even know.
Tippin,
where
12, I don't know.
Tippin,
Right,
And,
yeah.
Where it, or, odd that 12th isn't Fairfield instead of doing that little thing under the trees. I mean, we're confused.
Well, in all fairness, 12th and Tippin did not used to intersect, but then they got
Oh,
moved.
I remember
Yeah,
going
I
through
remember when you
those
had to make the dog leg. You had to make the dog leg, yeah.
Well, they went through that little trail through the woods. That's what I did. But,
Well, I'm not saying that they would be different along the trail. I'm saying it would be one sign, and it would say honorary. You're going to be honored. Just know, because we keep using this example. It would say honorary Sherry Myers, Tippin
you
Avenue.
could just say
Right.
honor Sherry Myers here.
No. They say, did you all get the pictures that I sent you in your email?
I did.
It would say honor in a different color side. Just say blue or green. Our signs are green, so just say blue. Honorary, insert name with the regular street name. Underneath or above, or however you think it looks best.
It's good. And I saw the pictures and they look nice. I just think that it could be confusing. These obviously the street has different names in different sections. I don't think it's going to be any less
And
confusing.
it wouldn't be along every street sign, it would be on one.
Just the ones we would have honorary people.
Right, so it wouldn't
Yeah.
be on.
It's not like we're gonna
you
go
don't-
and-
You don't go put it on every block.
Right, yeah,
You put it
every
on-
street has two
on
names,
one.
but, yeah. I hear you. Very good. That's just there's 5 other votes here. Just for my vote, I think it's confusing. So I'm just putting my thoughts out there for the public sphere. Our thoughts in the decision-making process are subject to public record. So I'm putting them on the public record. For me, that's the complication, and I don't know how to resolve that. I feel like I love that it would honor someone. It creates a standard to honor someone. I love to honor good. But I'm afraid it would create some confusion. In doing something good, it's going to create some confusion. So I just have that issue with it. That's just me. Ms. Hill?
Well, I just think that use Siri and you won't have a problem, because she's not going to have the honorific names. I use her all the time. But the other thing is that I think the temporary idea of it, like if a neighborhood wants to honor, say their chairman passes or something, and they want to do a week or 2 weeks or something with an honorary name, I see it having a lot of potential, but I think we just need to, I want to support this, but I think we'll probably have to flesh it out somewhat.
Yeah.
All right. Seeing no.
So how will we flesh it out?
You're the nominee. No, I think just call a meeting and discuss.
Well, and I wanted to keep this separate from the other because I feel one way about this one differently than I do the other. I don't want to open the doors for the next item. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I want to make sure the process, even though we're establishing a process now, I want to make sure that we don't have to do the same thing for the next item, regardless of how it comes down the pipes.
Yeah, and then you're talking about the language here on 7?
Right.
About Brown
Well,
Streets? Brown Street sign, Brown?
No,
what
no,
is it,
item
Brown Street sign?
30, item 30.
Oh, separate item.
Right.
Okay.
Mr.
Mayor,
Chairman,
yes.
I think what the citizen speaker was saying was, if you're saying you want more time to flesh this out, then I would pull this out of this ordinance, because this ordinance can move forward, and then you can bring forward an honorary ordinance that has a little bit more fleshed out what you want to see. There's nothing that would prevent that from happening.
Do you want to?
Okay, well, I'll pull this one. I'll pull
Okay.
this part.
All right.
So then,
Okay.
All right, and then the next one then. The next one, 7 there, streets with historic markers, Brown Street signs shall be ineligible for rename.
Right, so brown street signs are in recognized preservation districts. Palafox is a national, on the National Register of Historic Places. These are our oldest streets. You can look up maps as early as 1812 and 1830 and see those same names. And a lot of the input that I'm getting from the preservation community, the history community, the archaeology community, is that we formally designate and go through the trouble of applying for these designated areas to preserve that history. And I agree, once we start to disrupt that, especially in our protected preservation districts, then we compromise the story of that preservation. And remember, some of the buildings may have been torn down, but the streets remain. So the only thing we have left of that imprint is the street. Down where the fort was at our founding, all the buildings are gone, yet we know what it was because of the streets, and we match it to the map. And the map and the street names tell us where it was, right? So in preservation, part of recognizing our history and an effort to preserve our history is tied to the actual street name. And that's what Brown Streets do for us.
Can you explain that a little bit? Brown Street signs, what is that? So if green is our standard, can Can you?
The Brown Street signs recognize it's in a historic district.
Okay.
So you know how North Hill has Brown Street signs, but not really all of North Hill, just the core. Protected part. Palafox. Now technically, the Palafox Historic District, I want to say is from, and Ryan, you might be able to help me with this, it is from Tarragona to Spring, Chase, and I don't know how far south, but that all that area doesn't have Brown Street signs. The Brown Street signs are just Palafox.
So is it preservation zoning where we have
Right.
preservation zoning?
So it's in the National Register of Historic Places as a protected preservation
Okay.
district.
Can we, Mayor, could someone speak to that? Are the Brown street signs used where we have preservation zoning, or is she
Well,
saying?
they're
I
recognized
think
districts.
there's, the Brown is more in preservation districts, and that's, I was just asking to look at a couple of signs to check and see what color they are. I don't know. I know North Hill is a brown sign.
Seville has brown signs.
Okay.
I'm not sure whether Seville is or not, if that district
There's
is.
there's a Seville district.
I know there's a Seville district. I don't know whether the signs are brown or black.
Black?
So the spirit of what you're saying, I think sounds great. I just
know.
want to make sure
Trying
that
to
brown
remember
sign
what
is
black
capturing that those two things, what you're describing in brown signs
Brown
are.
was in my mind, but
This is why I've asked staff to look on a thing to see what color they are, because I don't know what color they are.
Okay, and two, let me ask you this, where it says historical markers, brown
In
street
Seville?
signs, are those two separate things, or is the brown street signs kind of like?
In downtown?
The brown street sign is marking that the street is historic.
But it's in a historic district. Now, the district itself could be broader, but for whatever reason, the city chose to just put brown signs on certain parts of it.
Okay. Mr. Pepler?
Well, I was just going to suggest that for wording, streets with historical markers as shown by brown street signs. That might help with clarity.
You say it again, please?
Streets with historical markers as shown by brown street signs shall be ineligible for renaming.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It sounds like a street with a historical marker, and maybe it is that all brown street sign streets, or any street that has a historical marker also is, I don't know.
Right,
But
if you're looking, if you see a brown street sign, you know you are in a historical district.
I just like to make
A
sure that
recognized
we've got that
historical
defined,
district.
that there's a process for that. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I mean, obviously they are, but I will say, this, if you decide to vote for this, it is going to make number 30 a moot point, because
The sign was green.
that section in Zaragoza, that's what I just asked, and they said it is brown.
I saw a green sign.
360.
We have all this technology now where you can see. I mean, come on, David.
Isn't there's two parts of Zaragoza where one is spelled different than the other?
And they're separated.
Yeah, like Zaragoza and Zaragoza.
Yeah, right, S's
I mean, there's a
and 1Z.
difference in the older spelling in that one portion.
I've never noticed that. That's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
I've never noticed.
Yeah.
All right.
In fact,
So, this thing's getting real squirrely the more we dig into it. Councilwoman Myers?
Would it not be just simpler to say that no street in a designated historical preservation district shall be renamed?
I mean,
Then
you
you
can
wouldn't
do
have
whatever
to-
you want. I'm
You-
saying it's going to cause some, I think we're potentially seeing conflict with number 30 because the downtown signs are that color. Is that what you're telling me? I'm getting a picture. Okay, go the other direction. Go the other direction. Flip it around. Flip it around. No, to do a 360. Go around.
Go toward 316 South Vale.
Yeah. Okay, go on the other side. I can't see. That's brown. Brown. It's brown. Yeah, the section, all of your ones in the downtown area are brown. I think until you
On
get
the
over
other side is
on this side
green,
of this side of Spring. Yeah.
You see the green one?
Really deep, dark downtown, does it change the spelling?
It changes
Z to SS.
Okay, that's what I thought too. I was just making sure I wasn't imagining that.
Yeah, it
Can
changes
I
that route.
finish my?
But I'm saying,
Yeah,
I drove down the street and I saw it was
Everybody's
green.
butting in on my time.
I'm not running out of time.
Oh, wait a second, wait a second.
Dialogue.
Wait a second, the Zaragoza on Balin is a green sign. So this is very strange. On this one segment that we're looking at, has a brown and a green sign on it.
Okay.
On Palafox it's brown, and on the other side it's green.
What did they just say? On what? Palafox is brown.
And on the other end.
At Balin, it's green?
Balin's green.
Councilwoman Myers actually had the floor, and I've just allowed the Wild West to ensue here, so I'm going to crack my whip.
Well-
Ms. Myers, you're back at
All
it.
right, I just wanted to raise the issue of trying to make this simple. If the purpose is to preserve the names of streets in historic preservation districts, why don't we just say in those districts, the streets can't be renamed?
If it's a brown sign.
Well, maybe it's a green sign and somebody forgot to make it a brown sign, but, so who decided?
Well, the reason I said that is because the districts are wider than where we just see the brown signs. And then we might put ourselves in a situation where it just hadn't been turned brown yet. Like we just saw. So,
Okay, so maybe this is another issue that needs to be better flushed out.
With 30, we've got to make some kind of decision here.
well, do we have to vote on this? Can't we still vote on 30?
Well,
No.
you have to vote on the criteria of the second hearing. You can always come back with 7 and add that again after this, but if you were to add this in, you would eliminate your chance to go to 30.
Well, I think this is another issue that needs to be flushed out, because I don't know what the criteria is for putting up brown signs if it's so I think it should apply to a historic district, and then you don't have to worry about, whether it's a brown sign or a green sign. I mean, you can still put up brown signs, but I think this is another issue that needs to be flushed out a little more.
Well, I'm not pulling that one. I'm serious about these brown signs.
Okay. You want to preserve the brown signs? Okay.
Or we just wait and get more information, because clearly as a council, we don't know where the preservation districts are.
Well, that's what I was saying, that I think this needs to be flushed out more.
Councilman Wiggins?
Did mine not come?
Councilwoman,
He hadn't spoken yet, so the rules say that if someone hasn't
that's fine.
spoken.
I was
that-
just curious if
yeah.
it wasn't showing.
You're on there, just he hadn't spoken in that, yep.
Councilwoman Broughton, would it be an issue with the sign at Balin and Zaragoza? Would that be an issue to change the name?
Well, I see they're two different colors now.
So long as it's green, we're good. Brown, we're not.
Green is fine.
Okay.
Hands
So-
off the brown.
So the sign at Balin
It's green.
is green. So then we should be good, right? For number 30, correct?
But we can't change
Except
it at the other
except
side.
at Palafox.
I'm not worried about the other side. If we can change that one side, we're good.
Is it
Correct.
just one sign?
Yeah, I mean, it's green.
We're still getting the same thing. Just like Bayou and Michigan and everything else. I don't know why we're taking too much time on
Now,
this.
you got to get Brent in there.
And Brent. So, I mean, if we can change that one end to meet number
Council
30, then.
President, in order to continue discussion, we don't have a second to this motion.
We don't have a second.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry, I'm getting real sloppy up here. Yeah, so we've got a motion to accept this language. Do we have a second?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Wiggins is going to second, and you can finish your point.
We're beating a dead horse, in my opinion.
Are we sure it's a horse? All right, well, I got some more people to speak here, and then we'll try to quickly call a vote and bring some sort of clarity here, so we're all clear. Councilman Breyer.
I absolutely agree with preserving brown signs. I think that that is something that makes sense. I think brown signs, I mean, I can even visually, when you said that, as soon as you said, we read brown signs, I can see where the brown signs are. I am kind of humored that it's not at Balin, but that actually makes sense because Zaragoza might not have gone that far initially. Serious, you know what I mean? So thus the changing of the name from Zaragoza to Zaragoza. I mean, we might be stepping out in time period there. So, but I think that right now, she's right, that we should preserve the brown signs, that is historic and those maps are important, and let's just go with it. And if we have to flush out the language a little bit different to make some sense, but let's keep it in there.
All right, very good. Thank you, Councilwoman Hill.
Yes, I was just reading the text, and I thought it said that the name would change from Palafox